About 2 minutes, you got to do that? I like them, I'm hearing the compliment. Movie, yeah.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I will call to order the Planning Commission meeting for March 20th, 2024. May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Goldman is currently absent due to technical difficulties. Hopefully he'll be here soon. Commissioner Whiten,
Here.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes, here.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Here.
and Chair Sadler.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, before we begin with our regular items, there's a period here for public communications. At this time, anybody may come forward to speak to the Planning Commission on items that are not on tonight's agenda, but are under the Planning Commission's general purview. So if there's anybody here who would like to make public comments about items not on the agenda, now would be the time to do so. And if you want to, please come forward and speak at the podium. Seeing no movement from the audience, I will close the public communications and we'll move on to the consent calendar. Item 4.1 on the consent calendar is the March 6th, 2024 draft minutes. Any commissioners have any comments regarding or want to pull that item? Any members of the public wish to pull that item on the consent calendar? Seeing none, would somebody like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kallenberg,
Yes.
and Chair Sadler.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, hopefully Commissioner Goldman, who was going to participate remotely, is able to hook up to the meeting and meet with us. We'll move on to our public hearings. We only have 2 items tonight on public hearings, and both of which are city projects. So they will be the applicant. They will have 5 minutes for their presentation, and after that, members of the public may speak. They'll have 3 minutes. You can come up to the podium, speak. Some lights on the podium will indicate when your time is running out. The yellow light will come on and a beep will sound. And when the red light comes on and another beep sounds, your time is up. We'd ask that you please print your name on the list that's on the table behind the podium so that we can get the spelling of your name correct for the minutes. Other than that, we'll start with item 5.1, and Commissioner Whiten is within the noticing area for that project. So she is going to recuse herself for this item. Which still leaves us with a quorum. So we, any motion or movement on Commissioner Goldman being able to link up with us so far?
Not yet, Chair.
Okay. Item 5.1 is case number design review 24-0281. The applicant is the City of Laguna Beach Public Works Department, and this will be presented by Pierre Sawa. Yeah, close enough.
Yeah. Okay, good evening, Chair Sadler and fellow commissioners. I'm Pierre Sawaya, Senior Project Manager with Public Works, and I am here to recommend design review approval for the West Street Underground Utility Assessment District 80 2021-1. The West Street project is a proposed assessment district to underground the existing utility poles and the overhead wires within the district boundary as shown on the right. The project is located in South Laguna along portions of West Street, Monterey Street, Eagle Rock Way, Paseo del Sur, among other streets in the neighborhood. Above ground utility structures will be installed as part of the project, and they include riser poles with guy anchors where overhead utilities transition to underground, 1 antenna pole servicing a circuit switch, utility cabinets for electrical equipment, Cox communication pedestals, bollards to protect critical above ground utility infrastructure, 2 retaining walls to house pad-mounted transformers. And lastly, this district does not include any new street lighting. It currently has no street lighting today. Property owners were polled to determine if new lights were desired, and the answer was overwhelmingly no. So this project is not proposing any new street lights within this neighborhood. This project provides benefits to the neighborhood by improving the public health and safety by undergrounding poles and wires, which could pose safety hazards if they fall into the roadway or into private properties. The proposed utility improvements would also enhance the reliability and the aesthetics of the neighborhood by reducing the prominence and visibility of the existing overhead utilities. The city received signed petitions and deposits from property owners to form the assessment district back in 2021. The project consists of 99 parcels and would remove approximately 38 utility poles and over 4,700 linear feet of overhead wires. The designs were coordinated with the utilities, namely SDG&E, Cox, Frontier, Crown Castle, and also with property owners to navigate the challenges such as utility easements, utility conflicts, and constructability impacts at landscape locations within the public right-of-way. The city anticipates property owners will vote on this district in late 2024 or early 2025 to determine if the district proceeds into construction. This meeting tonight constitutes the design approval of the above-ground structures only. So several above-ground utility structures are proposed for this project. The proposed locations have been determined by the utility companies based on utility design standards and engineering requirements. At left is a pad-mounted transformer with a dark green finish. It should be noted that SDG&E's standards do not allow major electrical equipment to be installed in below-ground vaults. This is different versus Southern California Edison, who does allow that. So for that reason, many of their electrical facilities are placed in above-ground cabinets. 42-inch high steel bollards are typically used to protect utility equipment that are close to the roadway. These bollards have a painted white finish. SDG&E does not permit any other colors for their bollards. At right is a terminator cabinet with a dark green finish, and this terminator serves as a primary pulling structure for cabling and for connections for the electrical system. At left is a Cox lowboy pedestal, which is used to house nose or amplifiers for Cox's system. The pedestals come in a typical light green color. Cox no longer offers a dark green color, but staff will continue to follow up with the utility for any sort of painting or staining options that the utilities may offer moving forward. At right is a four-way switch cabinet with a dark green finish. There is one switch proposed for this district, and it is used to isolate the electrical system at strategic locations along the circuit. And it can be remotely used to energize and de-energize the system in a safe manner. Retaining walls are needed at 2 locations for this project at Paseo del Sur to install transformers along slopes. The walls are typically constructed of 8-inch concrete masonry blocks with a sandstone color. These walls will be no more than 4 feet in height to retain along the hillside. One fiberglass antenna pole is required for the project and is approximately 20 feet in height. And this pole provides remote access and communication to the aforementioned switch equipment for the project. The pole itself is brown with an antenna component at the top, and it is located at the fringe of the district at the transition of the overhead to underground utilities. And lastly, riser poles are required at 2 locations for this district for the transition from the overhead to the underground condition. And as shown in this photo, guy anchors are proposed to be installed into the ground to stabilize the poles as shown. In conclusion, the project improves the overall safety and the aesthetics of the neighborhood by undergrounding the utility poles and the overhead wires. The above-ground utility structures generally make use of natural colors to blend into the existing environment and landscaping. And the project complies with the city's general plan policies by encouraging utility undergrounding and aesthetic improvements within the city. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the design review for this project, subject to tonight's discussion and the findings and conditions in the prepared resolution. And as a reminder, tonight's action does not form the assessment district. Additional actions leading up to a formal vote by property owners is required to determine if the project moves ultimately into construction. And that concludes this presentation. I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Pierre, for your presentation. Are there any commissioner comments of staff at this point?
Yeah, I've got a couple. I know we met down there on Monday or whatever, and I sort of voiced my my thoughts on it, which surrounds aesthetics mainly or completely. You just answered one of them in regards to the bollards. Why why are they so rigid on that? If once they're in, if this project goes forward and once they're in place and everybody's signed off, we could theoretically go down there and paint them, couldn't we?
That would go against the utilities,
Right.
Approvals or standards.
Okay.
If they see that, they could come back out and paint the bollards back white.
Yeah.
So I couldn't answer to say whether that's something
Okay.
the city would do.
Okay. As far as the low boy, that's still being looked into as far as the color of those.
Correct. So we'll continue to ask the utilities about that. If this project does move forward, it won't be until likely 2025. So I think we have some time to ask those questions and see what's possible. Maybe we
Okay.
can work out something with the utility.
And the only other one in regards to aesthetics is the concrete block walls. Block comes in a lot of different colors and textures these days, and I think the light tan should be darkened substantially to at least have those fade into the landscape a little bit better. Is that something that's possible?
We can discuss that with SDG&E. The sandstone finish is typical, but they haven't solidified their materials and finishes today. So we can continue to coordinate with them and see what options we have as we get closer to construction.
And is that something that they fabricate?
That's something with their approvals, that's something that our civil contractor would be installing.
Okay. So, it's not a change of material, it's just a change of the block color or even style, because I know, I made reference to our new trash enclosure down on Ocean and the nice looking sort of rough block that was fabricated out of, and it definitely kind of sits down in the world a little bit better than something that's lighter in color, so I hope that would be something that would be considered or actually pushed towards making it a reality, since we can't deal with the bollards and the transformers colors and all that other stuff. So there was one concern about, I think it was down that corner of Monterey and Eagle Rock, where I think there's a transformer and even maybe a low boy utility box there, that there's a large tree there that is there any issue with causing any kind of hazard to the existing tree that's on that corner?
We would address that, prior to construction. We plan to include provisions in our specifications to make sure that we're not damaging roots during construction, provide guidelines for the contractor and how to excavate and address those scenarios. So that will all be included in our specs and that the contractor will be following.
So that, as far as the engineering where those things are located, I'm assuming that there isn't any alternative location based on the runs of the underground wires and whatnot.
That's correct. That offers us the most real estate at that corner.
Okay.
The equipment also requires quite a bit of clearance spaces around the structures for access.
Mhm.
So that large footprint, that's the spot that really does work best within this project boundary.
Thanks, Peter.
Any questions? Commissioner Kellenberg.
Sure. I would sort of form up the issue a little bit differently after reading Ann's letter. I think for the actual switching box, it was really an issue of aesthetics. The fact that it was located on probably the most visible corner, in the whole neighborhood, and you and I spent quite a bit of time looking for an alternative location and failed. So I think, unfortunately, we're stuck with that. I think the other thing that snuck up on me was this tower, this antenna, and that has to be next to the switching box, correct?
Correct.
And the fact that location actually has a large bamboo forest actually behind it that blocks its visibility from the houses that are behind it, where any of the other alternative locations, the antenna would be visible, I think. Didn't that make sense?
That's correct. I think the location for the switch cabin and the antenna pole is the best screened location that is not
Even
visible
though
by
it's
the
a horrible
public.
location for that switch box. I mean, I agree completely with the concern that, it's going to be, in a poor location, but I just don't know what else, the other locations just didn't work. They were too tight. The other concern, I think, was the trenching and the impact of the trenching on those large, beautiful trees. And, it seemed to me that they've got it located as far from the tree roots as you could get, right? Because it's in the middle of the road, it's not on the sides.
Correct. So SDG&E's drawing tend to be schematic, but when the trench is built, it's going to be a joint trench with all the conduits together, all the utilities together. And that will be placed more close to the middle of the street and not along the sides that could impact those large trees.
Right, it's kind of a little bit off center, but the sewer line's running down the center, so you really can't get it any closer to the center.
Correct.
Right, okay. I think that's it. Thanks.
Great.
Mr. Chair,
Thanks.
I apologize
Sure.
to interrupt you. I just want to let you know that Commissioner Goldman is on, and there are no members of the public with him in Paris, France. tonight.
Okay. Commissioner Goldman, welcome. Although we can't see you.
Hi,
on-
thank you. Sorry for that. Yeah, and I was able to get on from the beginning of the presentation. And don't have
Great.
any questions.
Do you have any questions for staff? Commissioner Goldman?
No, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I was just asking you if
Yeah.
you have questions for staff.
Yeah, no, I do not. I was able to get on from the beginning of the presentation and do not have any questions.
Great, thank you. I had just a couple questions. One, the plans pointed to an area showing, I guess the riser pole location. Is there just one riser pole for the entire project?
There are two locations. One is located at Eagle Rock Way and Wildwood Road, where there's already an existing pole there today.
Okay.
The other riser pole would be at the corner of Eagle Rock Way and Virginia Way, also where there's already an existing pole there today.
Okay. And I suppose I know the answer to this already. SDG&E probably doesn't have a lot of flexibility regarding the antenna pole type or its configuration or anything like that.
Correct. It's a standard design that they provide. The pole itself is brown in color, and then it will have, an antenna head at the top that's a couple feet.
And it's a relatively narrow diameter.
Correct.
Okay. I noticed on the steel bollards detail that, it's a hollow steel tube that they stuff some rags in at the top and basically create a little concrete cap for it. I don't know if you can answer this, but in your experience, is that sufficiently sturdy and strong enough to survive the impact of, a vehicle? Or I'm just wondering why they just wouldn't fill the whole thing with concrete?
We can ask the utility about that if that's something that they would consider sort of to bulk them up. I think given the lower speeds anticipated in the neighborhood, more towards, vehicles backing in and out, I think that would suffice as far as protecting the utilities and alerting the drivers of, hey, that you're hitting something.
I would probably tend to agree with that. In your, we didn't receive, other than a late general kind of correspondence from Ann Christoph about it. Did you get any, feedback from other residents and neighbors about any of the particular locations that these boxes and other utilities were being placed? And
Well, staff did walk with some of the district leaders with the SDG&E plans to look at the locations of boxes and cabinets, and we sort of massaged some of the areas. So there was some collective feedback from some of the neighbors as far as where the boxes are or how they could be blended in a little bit better. And we did factor that into our exhibits.
I mean, do you feel, I guess for this project, as as you stated, it's dependent, it's not moving forward at this point. It has to go through the whole process and get voted on the rest of it if it is to move forward. So, but up to this point, do you feel as though there was significant outreach and notification so that the neighbors realize this is potentially going on? Did they actually stake these locations of these utilities?
Yes, so we did mail out and also stake, well, we did mail out and stake locations for the public hearing notice. For the locations, the exhibits were uploaded to the city webpage for residents to access and view ahead of the meeting.
Okay, and lastly, there was some late correspondence from OC Parks about maintaining clearance to, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, Valito Trail. And we're suggesting a condition of approval to that effect. Do you have any issues with that?
No.
Okay. That answers all my questions. So I will, yep, Commissioner Kellenberg.
Sorry, I have one more. You know, the ground cover on that corner is really quite beautiful. It's been well maintained, and you know, they're just going to completely destroy it, you know, when they build this these facilities. Is there any provision being made for reestablishing the landscape around these facilities once they're constructed?
We can include that in our specifications or line item in our bid to say, hey, any landscaping that's disturbed, that they can be restored back to original conditions. So that is something that we can include as part of the project.
That's it.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'll open it, the public hearing to members of the public. If anybody would like to speak on this, please come forward.
Hi, my name's Bob Borthwick. I wasn't planning to speak on this, but I talked to Ann Christoph a few minutes ago. She's in the hospital and has been all day and be spending the night there. She's having some heart issues. So anyway, she just asked me to reiterate that her concern for the trees, obviously. And so I hope, it sounds like from what Steve was saying that you are considering that. So that's all I wanted to say. In case you were wondering why she isn't here, that's the reason. Thanks.
We assumed it would take something about like that to keep her
Yeah.
moving.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you. Please come forward. Any other speakers?
Hi, my name is Justin. I'm one of the block captains. I live on West Street, 31538 West Street. And a few comments I want to make. I really enjoyed your comments. Concerning with Ann, she walks with her husband by my house quite often, and we have a lot of conversations about this. She's very consistent in her concerns. And one of the things I would like to mention is that the power lines going up Eagle Rock has some of the best trees in South Laguna. And it's the only place where you can actually get shade and not sweat to death in the summertime if you're walking your dog. And there's a lot of power lines that are wiggling in and out of the branches and the trees. And the residents don't like it when SDG&E has to come and they have to trim the trees because of the power lines. So this is something that will go away because of this project. And I understand that SDG&E has a lot of limitations of where they can put these cabinets at the corner. And of course, that corner won't be the most, sightly corner where the cabinets and the antennas are going, but there's really nowhere else for that to go. So I think the good outweighs the bad with all the benefits, the modernization, the infrastructure, the safety. There was a huge fire a year and a half ago, which we all know. We were lucky the winds blew towards Laguna Niguel instead of Laguna Beach, from the ranch. Well, not lucky, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And so the people on Paseo del Sur and Rico, they would have, if the fire had knocked down one of the poles, they would have had to jump off the canyon. There would be no escape for them. They would be doomed. So, and a lot of times we walk our dog down West Street and we hear buzzing of the transformers. There's been a transformer on Monterey. There's been a transformer on West that I know of from neighbors that have cracked and burst. So I realize in any project, it can't be 100% perfect to please every single possible angle. But I do view this as a major improvement to finish off all of South Laguna, because Costa Royale was all done, 300 to 400 homes. That was done, completed, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years ago. And now this completes all the rest of South Laguna from the canyon all the way down to Eagle Rock. And then from Eagle Rock, I guess, to Mission Hospital is private streets and a whole nother ballgame. But, and I wanted to thank Pierre. It took 2 years. I will say SDG&E is extremely slow. It makes Laguna Beach seem like the fastest thing in the world. So I'll say one thing and then I'll stop, is we went around to neighbors specifically where ground vaults and structures would be impeding upon their landscaping. And to avoid World War III with some specific neighbors, SDG&E doesn't care. They just say, this is good for engineering, let's plop it here. Obviously, we know the neighbors, we know who's going to make a fuss. So to avoid that, we went to 3 individual circumstances and properties where we have moved the vaults into other locations that were not confrontational, let's just say, that were much better placed. So there's been 2 years and an extra 6 months of considerations and revisions that have been made to the plans. I just spent a lot of time with it, so I apologize for taking up so much time.
Great.
That's all I have.
Thank you. If you could please print your name on that list, on that table. Thank you. Any other speakers?
And just so you know, by the way, the ground-mounted transformers buzz as well, so you're not going to get entirely away from buzzing transformers.
See you there.
Yeah, exactly.
Hi there, I'm Jane Leary. I live at Scenic and Shrewsbury, kind of between Eagle Rock, also known as First Street on the map, and Second. So I was going to mention that about ground-based ones, that they do hum as well, because we have a cabin in Mammoth and they were undergrounding to us, which is kind of ridiculous because it still comes across the poles. So we're not even sure why they undergrounded it, but I asked Southern California Edison, can you push it back? Because it was going to be relatively close to our 100-year-old cabin, the bedroom. So they were kind enough to move it back so that we wouldn't hear that humming, which, you know, kind of is, I can hear that low stuff. So some of those and that was a box like what is described here. So some of those do hum. So, but I think if they think about where they're placed, that might help. Other thing I was thinking is the landscaping is really important, but is there a way to screen some of those after the fact with some landscaping, just so that it's not just this big box on some dirt. So even if there is an existing landscaping, perhaps that can be done. And then the question was answered because I was thinking, great, now let's see what we can do for Scenic and all the way down. But I guess that makes a difference with all those private streets, even though most of the lines seem to go Scenic and Second. And then from there, they crisscross to the other homes, like on Wildwood and those different homes. So I guess I'll think about how that can work. So it'd be lovely to do that as well, farther towards where we live. So I guess that's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments. Any other speakers on this? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and we'll go to commissioner comments. Anybody in particular want to begin? Steve Kellenberg?
Sure, I can begin. I do have a quick question in response to the public input. I've just kind of assumed that landscaping and screening in front of these facilities is kind of out of the question, right? Because that impedes their access, which is what they're most interested in maintaining.
Correct. There are standards to keep brush and certain objects away from the structures for access. That doesn't mean that existing landscaping can't grow and flourish around them. They just can't grow, into, the structures and blocking their access.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I'll go first. We spent quite a bit of time looking at this. I got Ann's letter and I thought her comments were valid. Like I noted before, I developed a much better understanding of where the trenching actually is occurring, and it isn't on the side where the roots would be most affected. It's really down the middle of the road, pretty much, where you really can't get any farther away from the roots. And so I think we can be comfortable, in terms of that issue. And you and I looked at 3 alternative locations. We paced them off. We paced off the setbacks. We looked at the view impact to the adjacent homes, the view impact to the entries to the homes, if these would be located. And it was unfortunately frustrating to find out that really where it is kind of the only location, unless you just like move it a block away. And that doesn't sound to be like that's a practical solution. So on the basis of and then I would like to add, I don't know if it's a condition or a request that we do include a addition to landscape, replacing landscape that is removed around these facilities to the extent that can occur without impeding access. And that there was one other thing, but I can't remember it. Maybe somebody else will. But so anyway, I would be in support of this project with that minor modification.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldman, would you like to make your comments?
Yeah, sure. I live in South Laguna, and I walk those streets, so I'm very familiar with the area. Was glad to hear the response regarding the landscape being replaced. I was also glad to hear from the neighborhood captain that they had some input, and that there isn't any significant objections from the neighbors. So I'm prepared to support this. As was said, it's good for South Laguna to complete this. So it's got my support.
Thank you. Commissioner Dubin.
Yeah, I concur with my fellow commissioners. I'm disappointed in the service providers that will disallow some of the aesthetic changes that I think would improve just the overall visual of the project. But if they say we can't paint the bollards and the boxes and other things, then I guess that's what we have to live with. I think none of these types of projects are perfect, but I think the added safety of the neighborhood is I think at the top of the list in terms of why to do this. I think of course the utility boxes that are mounted in various locations around the neighborhood are they're not the most attractive thing. But if that's the trade-off for getting rid of the overhead poles, transformers, and other things that obstruct views and also cause potential hazards, I think it's a worthwhile trade-off. I would hope that the few things that we can control in terms of aesthetics of the project itself, being the block walls, the 2 or 3 of those that are going to be built, as well as potentially doing something about the Cox Lowboy utility boxes in terms of their color. I think if we can push on those, that would be a good addition, considering that the power company itself is not going to allow us to do much to their equipment. So other than that, I'm in approval of the project. So.
Great. Well, I agree. This is just another step in what is going to be, historically a long process for these neighborhoods to get through all this. But unlike some of the other projects, we did not have a lot of individual homeowners coming in and taking issue with where some of these utilities were going to be placed. So that makes it a little bit easier. So I'm, I would recommend, and I wouldn't make it a condition of approval, that maybe a discussion happen with Edison regarding the bollards and whether or not it makes sense to just completely fill them with concrete to give them a little bit more durability, even though I do agree that, in this particular neighborhood, based on the tightness of the streets and everything, that you're probably not talking about the type of speeds where that's going to be as much of an issue. And I would agree, and I'm not sure if we make it a condition of approval, I guess we could talk at the end, that also that, future exploration be made with Edison regarding these suggested aesthetic improvements, whether or not the utility boxes could be painted or come in a different color, whether or not the concrete block could be in a different color. I think the bollards themselves probably should remain a reflective, visible color, either white or yellow, just because, again, a tight neighborhood, and what you're mostly going to be concerned about probably is somebody backing into them and damaging their own car more than damaging the utilities themselves. So I'd be willing to approve the project with, the additional conditions of approval per the recommendation of OC Parks regarding maintaining the open access to the trail, and with a condition that the landscaping try to be replaced in kind or mitigated. You know, if it has to be completely removed from a certain area, that, you know, perhaps it be somehow you know, offset by doing something else next to it, you know, that does not create a access problem for the utilities. And so with that, does that clear? Or do you want, or do we think we have to make, should we make it a condition? I mean, I don't think we really can make it a condition of approval regarding the other aesthetics issues, because it's really kind of up to the utility ultimately whether or not they agree. I think the most that we can do is
The
kind of suggest
recommendation
that.
that staff pursue.
Yeah. I would think that's the way we left it. Okay, would somebody like to make a motion to that effect?
Okay, I'll move that we adopt a resolution approving design review 24-0281 and finding said action exempt from CEQA. And also contain the condition about replacing the landscaping if it's removed to place the utilities, that the landscaping get as much as possible replaced in kind.
In OC Parks
And
recommendation.
NOC Parks.
And recommend and request staff pursue with SDG&E the color modifications that we have noted.
What he said.
And so, Chair, if I may,
Yes.
I want to make sure crystal clear. So that will be added to the conditions of approval. And this is as it pertains to the landscaping item. Landscaping that is damaged or removed as part of the project shall be replaced, subject to distance requirements from the proposed improvements due to safety or access requirements. Does that suffice for the
Yes.
the will of the commission? And then, of course, the OC Parks one was, and Mr. Contreras, I may need some help here, that the project shall not infringe or impede open access to the trails. Is that
Yes, for the Lido Trail in particular.
perfect? That's it for me.
In addition, the county also requested that all trenching occur within the streets and within the public right of way.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Yes.
and Chair Sadler.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Motion approved.
Thanks, Pierre.
Okay, we'll give everybody a couple minutes to switch places and for Commissioner Whiten to rejoin us. If you can hear us, Commissioner Whiten. Kirsten, do we know if Commissioner Whiten can hear us? If she's inside the?
She's watching from inside, but there's like a minute delay, so it may take her a moment.
Okay.
I, the director's going to go.
Go find her. She's over at the lumberyard.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be moving on to item 5.2, which is case number design review 24-0311 and coastal development permit 24-0312. The applicant is the City of Laguna Beach Public Works Department again, and this is regarding the proposed Main Beach Park renovation.
Thank you, Chair Sadler, and thank you, Planning Commission. My name is Tom Perez. I'm the Assistant Director of Public Works, and with me, I have Yun Lee, who is the project manager, new to the city, just a couple months in, and so we're getting them right into it. We are here tonight, as you mentioned, to present the design review, coastal development permit, and recommend CEQA exemption for the Main Beach Park renovation. So Main Beach Park is located along Coast Highway at the terminus of Broadway. It's an iconic park for the city of Laguna Beach, the region, and some would argue the world. It's a park that is very meaningful, and as we've seen in the recent comments, very important to the community. So this proposed work is reaching from roughly the Marine Safety Headquarters to the edge at Laguna Avenue, abutting the Hotel Laguna. The park sits within the Central Business District and is in the Downtown Specific Plan as a public park designation. The project was originally created in 2019. The project was reviewed by the city council. Some of the concepts were very radical, range from removing all sod, replacing it with sand. There was overwhelming input from the public and the city council members to reduce the scope to really preserve the existing character of the park, make minimal changes, identify areas where we could reduce some of the turf, find areas where we could improve or decrease water consumption. So the other major directive was to protect the windows to the sea. And so with that, the Public Works Department put together some drawings, brought those forward in 2021 to the Planning Commission for concept review. The city staff received comments and input from the Planning Commission, some of which I will bring up as I go through and identify some of the elements of the project. So the biggest element that is being added to the park is a pedestrian connection at the intersection of Ocean and Coast Highway. The reason for adding these connections is that the Public Works Department did some intersection improvements in 2019. As part of that work, the crosswalk moved to the what we refer to as the west side of the intersection. When that was done, as you can see in this drawing, the main walkway was then disjointed from the crosswalk. So we are now proposing these two walkways that will connect people crossing the street directly towards the stairs down to the sand. So these two walkways will lead directly to the existing wood stairs that lead to the sand level and to the boardwalk. There was discussion in the concept review. There was some comments from the Planning Commission to really, as part of bringing cohesiveness to the park, to use the pavers which are existing near the Marine Safety Headquarters in other areas of the park. We looked at what we refer to as cobblestone areas. We determined that to be cost prohibitive, but we did determine that we could incorporate those pavers into these walkways, and that's what's proposed today, having the standard gray concrete with the pavers running down the centers. The next element we are addressing are the existing trash receptacles. So walking the park, it was noticed, as shown in the picture here, there's several different types. We have the aggregate concrete. We have many locations where we just have the plastic barrels. We have the trash and recycle containers, some of which are very old. They're pretty well worn. So in order to bring cohesiveness throughout the park, we were looking to replace all of the aggregate trash cans, identify locations where we could remove the plastic trash barrels and replace those with the concrete. So the proposed trash containers are identified in the Al Shard for placement throughout the city. And I will note that Main Beach is within the downtown district, which the Alshard would propose the metal barrels, metal benches. That would be a drastic change to the area. So we determined, and in addition, it would not hold up in that ocean environment. So we decided to proceed and propose the trash barrels that are recommended for use throughout the city, and felt that that was the best direction. In order to remove some of the plastic barrels that are located along the boardwalk in the sand level or adjacent to the stairs, we were looking at using the wood slats. And as part of that development, we moved towards the plastic simulated wood. And these would be mounted on a pedestal so that we would not have to move them with changing sand levels and changes along the boardwalk. So that is the proposal, to place a mixture of the concrete aggregate barrels and the simulated wood barrels. The bollard lighting that exists throughout the park have held up very well over time. Our maintenance division is very supportive. They take bumps from lawnmowers and people, and they hold up very well. We did work with the manufacturer of these lights, and they informed us that these can be relatively easily upgraded to LED fixtures. So that is the proposal, that we would maintain the existing lights, upgrade them to LEDs. In any instances where we find lights that are damaged or require more work than a simple conversion to LED, they would be replaced in kind. The boardwalk lighting was another major element that we took consideration of. The existing, as you can see, they show signs of wear. The metal is worn, the bracket attachment is heavily rusted. We were able to determine the manufacturer, who is unfortunately no longer in business. The good news, I just learned as of today that the light molds have been found and can be replicated, and I'll get to that later in the discussion. But the proposal at the time, assuming we were not able to replace in kind, was the light fixture shown, which is complementary to the proposed light style for the proposed street light style along Coast Highway. And this light fixture is LED, energy efficient, meets the dark skies and good neighbors. And so that is the proposed light along the boardwalk. When it comes to the pavement throughout the park, the proposal is really to focus on replacement. There's several areas where the sidewalks have been cracked or lifted. We would simply replace those in kind. The area outside of the shower at the southern end of the park does have drainage issues. When the showers are in use and overspray, we get ponding, and the area stays pretty wet. So we will make a minor change in grade in that area to direct the water back towards the showers, and just make some improvements. Today, the water runs off and goes to a drain near the playground. We looked at the center paver area. That area will be disturbed as part of the irrigation renovation. So that would be replaced to match the existing paver area at the south part of the beach, which was reconstructed as an emergency reconstruction a couple of years ago. The benches are another item that received a lot of debate and discussion with the city council, and also during the planning commission concept review. The existing, which is shown in the upper and lower photos, they get very worn. They're wood. They're painted annually by maintenance staff or city contractors. However, they tend to wear very quickly due to the high use and the location. So during the discussion, there was concern about the appearance, the color, rust. So the proposal was to replace the benches with a similar style bench using the recycled plastic lumber. And so that is the proposal in front of you tonight. And I will again touch on that a little later in the presentation. The lawn areas, as I mentioned early on, is one area where the project really was focused on park renovation, reducing water use. And so the proposal is to bring an entirely new irrigation system. New standards require that the irrigation system does not provide overspray into the impervious surfaces, so the adjacent sidewalks. So to combat that issue, the designer has proposed subterranean irrigation for the first 3 feet adjacent to the sidewalk, and then installing the spray heads or rotor heads to get the field area. As shown in the pictures here, other significant issues with the existing lawn areas include the edges, predominantly the edges facing the sand. There is significant buildup from sand migrating into the lawn areas. So as part of the resodding, that area would be fine graded and smoothed out. Similarly, along Coast Highway, there's an area that is very steep and then goes back to join existing. That area was created when the sidewalk was widened. And so it leaves kind of an odd angle and presents some issues for users as well as maintenance staff caring for it. So those would be addressed. And as mentioned with the new system, we are proposing to resod with kikuyu grass. That's a grass that is used throughout city parks. It's used within Heisler Park, Bluebird Park, here in front of City Hall, just to name a few. So that is the grass of choice for our maintenance staff due to its resiliency to high foot traffic, things such as pet waste and so on and so forth. So that is the proposal for the area. The existing lawn areas in the park do include kikuyu. There are areas that have ryegrass, Bermuda, and some other styles that will tend to burn off in the heat during the summer, but the predominant turf is the kikuyu grass. One element along the boardwalk is there's an existing conduit system. This is part of Marine Safety's communication lines for the park. So we examined different ways to protect this conduit, hide this conduit. Moving it would require significant trenching or uplifting all of the boards on the boardwalk and putting it underneath. So the proposal is to go through, repair the conduit where it's damaged, and then to build a wooden shroud over it that would match the Douglas fir that is the Douglas fir used for the boardwalk. So that area would then just be a seamless wood edge, and you would no longer see those conduits. Getting into the proposed plant palette, the idea is to make use of low water use plants complementary to the coastal environment. We did try to use plants that would fit well with the windows to the sea, low growing, unobtrusive plants. Just to name a few, we're looking at the agaves, using some other succulents and some ground covers such as Carissa to fill in the planter areas. So moving to the conceptual plan and sticking with the shrub areas, the designer did go through the plans and identified on the plans some significant species that we plan to preserve. So these will be called out and the contractor will be required to work around these. And these include the agave blue glows, the aloe species, the lobster flower, the giant bird of paradise, which are found more on the south end of the park, some of the bird of paradise, and the softleaf yucca. And if we look at the central area, there are some areas identified where we would protect the entire planting altogether because there are some pretty unique plants in there. So although we're putting in a new irrigation system, we would be leaving those plants alone. As I mentioned, one of the goals of the project was to reduce the amount of turf area, reduce water usage. So highlighted on the plan, we identified some small pockets where there was existing turf with very low usage. They're not conducive to putting out a towel, lane, and enjoying the park. So in those areas circled on the screen, we propose to extend the shrub planting. And overall throughout the park, identifying these types of areas, we've reduced the amount of sod by just under 6,000 square feet, which relates to about 11% reduction in turf area. The red bar shown at the Broadway intersection is a portion of sidewalk that today narrows down, and we're looking to add approximately 2 feet to the back end of that to provide a consistent walkway width. Fairly minor, but it will greatly improve the pedestrian circulation along that edge. Similar here, we're showing turf areas that we've identified can be replaced with shrubs. So those are circled on the plan. Moving into some of the hardscape improvements that are done beyond simple remove and replace. Highlighted in red near the trolley stop, we have identified an area where we would cut into the existing sod to enable us to move the park bench out of the walkway. There exists today a trash can that's chained to the sign for the trolley stop that would be removed from the walkway area and placed in the new concrete space. And I should mention replaced with the new concrete barrels. The area shown in blue is an existing walkway that is being proposed to be removed and replaced with sod. One of the main factors leading to that was to increase root space for the existing ficus tree. We have received comments on that, and I will address that at the end of the presentation. And then over around the restroom, again shown in yellow, 2 of the areas are existing ADA ramps that will be reconstructed to meet current standards. And then also the area in front of the showers will be repaired and drained back towards the shower. So to touch on the significant public comments that were received regarding the plans, I'll just kind of walk through high level. First, there was a question of removal of the existing walkway and whether it was needed. It was noted that when the paver area is being used, that it does receive a significant amount of foot traffic. And the staff has reviewed that, and the staff does not object to leaving the walkway in if that is something that the Planning Commission would consider. The next item was the decorative pavers in the new walkways. The comment came in recommending removing the pavers and just using gray concrete. We also received comments and questions if that area could actually be more of a art piece, enhanced pavement. And so shown on the right are some examples of what that could be. Again, things that I'm putting out tonight for the commission to consider and discuss. The next comment is to maintain the existing lights on the boardwalk. So as I mentioned, we were able to track down the molds for those lights, and we have been able to confirm that we can reconstruct the existing lights and the existing wood poles. So if that is something the commission would like to consider, that is available. There was also several comments came in regarding the use of the plastic simulated wood benches. We have walked through several alternatives using hardwoods. One downside of the hardwood is the availability. Typically, they are used for sidings or decks, so they come in like 1/2 inch, 3/4 inch. It wouldn't match the existing style that's out there today, which is more of a thick wood. So as part of that, we talked to some bench manufacturers who, again, offer new benches that are constructed with oak, white oak. So that would be an alternative if we wanted to keep the natural wood. The rectangular concrete area that is proposed to be removed along the boardwalk, it was an old area where there were bike racks. So the bike racks were removed. I can't say exactly why, but one thing that we did discuss at the concept review is that the city's codes do not allow riding bikes through the park. So we did not want to put the bike racks along the boardwalk and lead people to say they had to ride their bike along the boardwalk to lock it. So we don't propose replacing bike racks in that area. However, we reviewed it and we feel adding benches to that area would be appropriate and could be considered in lieu of removing the concrete. The existing palm trees that were noted at just adjacent to the intersection with Ocean conflict with the tree canopy from the large ficus tree. The city did not propose removal of those trees because we were respecting the Elshard recommendation, which is to protect all existing trees in Main Beach. So that was something we did not propose removal. In terms, there were comments to replace trees, add trees, and again, staff going from the original direction of protecting the windows to the sea, only using low-growing planting. We did not propose any additional trees for this renovation project. And as I touched on the comments regarding the use of kikuyu grass, this is, again, a type of grass that we use in several of our parks. The kikuyu grass does provide resiliency and it is really preferred by our maintenance staff. And with that, I'm moved to the recommended action to adopt the resolution approving design review and coastal development permit for the Main Beach Park renovation and finding said action exempt from CEQA. With that, we're available for questioning.
Great. Thank you so much for that presentation, Tom. Are there commissioner questions? I'll ask Commissioner Goldman first since he's remote. Commissioner Goldman, do you have any questions for staff at this point?
The only question I had was with regard to the bike racks. Would we, and I understand the reason for not putting the bike racks in there, would we have a place, adjacency or others, for people who are coming in with bikes? Where would they go?
Yeah, so that's something that did come up just recently in some of the discussions. Although we're not proposing it on the plan, we did identify there are areas closer to the public right-of-way where we could place bike racks. So there is not one identified. The nearest bike racks would be across the street in downtown.
Okay, one other question I had with regard to not removing what I will term secondary trees. Is there opportunity to just relook at the tree plan? Clean up the ones that we like, take away the ones that came in over time, and perhaps add additional ones? I guess the question is, what has been done with regard to the landscape plan? Was it just taking the recommendations, or was there an actual plan put forth that was reviewed?
In regard to the trees, again, we did not dive into any significant detail because the assumption was that we were strictly protecting the trees in place. And then as I mentioned, we did not consider adding trees as part of our work because we were looking to protect the views and minimize the addition of vertical obstructions.
Okay. And last comment I would like to make, I thought that was a very thorough report. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kellenberg?
You answered most of my questions because we already talked today, and you rebounded and covered a number of the options that we talked about in response to public comment. One thing on the trees, just to follow up on that, you and I talked briefly about potentially looking at the original plans and just identifying how the tree, if the theme of this project is sort of authenticity to the original vision, would not part of the process be to identify the original planting plan of the trees and see, just where they are? And then at least there could be some evaluation of whether or not we wanted to replace those or not, and if that was a good idea. Were you able to do that?
Yes, so I did locate the original plan that did show the proposed trees. There were also some existing trees that were protected. I did not put that into my presentation, but there were, again, this was taking a quick look. Notable things I saw were the palm trees, specifically the two in question under the ficus tree, were not a part of the original plan. I did not see those on the original plan. There was one planter area where it was called out 3 existing eucalyptus trees. Didn't get into the detail of what type they were, and those were shown as protected. So I don't know at what point in the past those trees went away. Those were the major things I saw. I haven't been able to do a detailed one-to-one comparison.
And thank you. So I leave that as an open question to the commission. That where the bike racks used to be, we talked about maybe that could be more than just putting in a couple of the same benches. Maybe that's an art project, an art bench project.
Right.
We have those scattered up and down in Heisler Park, and I would just again leave open the question to the commission is, do we want to take this opportunity of doing such a major kind of overhaul to consider other opportunities for public art or benching that is maybe more unique in locations that present themselves? And my other was on the bike racks. Steve already asked that. It seems to me like, we need to think about places for people to park their bikes, but I think that's the seed mix. I don't know that I really have a question. I think I'm waiting for public comment on the seed mix. I'm torn on that because I've been to a lot of concerts at Bluebird Canyon, and I've never been disgusted by the character of the grass. It seemed to work pretty well. So I'm waiting to hear more of others' thoughts on that particular issue, and I just want to confirm that you do believe that we could convert back to wood benching. That is possible. And it would have to be white oak, as that's the only one you found so far anyway. That could
Yeah,
do.
and in research in the last 2 days, I will say that that's what's kind of risen to the top for me.
Mhm.
Again, one thing I would clarify on that is the understanding that even with oiling, the wood will tend to gray and patina. So that would need to be understood that that is the look that we would expect.
And it could be stained or oiled rather than painted, which would dramatically reduce the amount of maintenance.
Correct. And so if we were going to proceed with painting, I would say leave the bench that's there if we were to pick a different color. But my understanding is that the paint just in general was not well received in our previous public discussions. But yes, staining, the one thing I would not recommend on the natural wood would be applying like a varnish or something of that nature. That would not perform well and
Degrade,
would take a lot of additional maintenance to sand and reapply.
And I do have another question. The reduction of turf, there's I think there's a discussion going on about that turf is like what this park is all about, but it looks like you've kind of gone out of the way to only convert turf to ground cover and shrubs where they tend to be smaller, non-usable area. Did you ever come up with a kind of percentage of turf removal?
Yeah, it was about 11%. And as part of that, it was about 10% overall water reduction. So you're correct. We looked at it, and these areas we identified are kind of outliers, or the one with the palm trees is a fairly small, and it actually is conducive to planters versus a turf area. So we were very selective on those.
And can you answer the first question that I asked earlier today when we met was, why do you have to remove all the turf to upgrade the irrigation? Why can't you just trench and do it surgically?
Yeah. So we've looked at that. It really, as we get into it, we would be making a significant impact. So just the 3 feet around the edges, that's the area of subterranean plus additional trenching for the new heads. There are also areas where you see a lot of uneven turf areas. Then we have the built up areas. So as we look at it, it would be hard for me to sit here and say that we could do it and do it well with preserving existing turf. So when I say that, I worry that if we leave turf areas and we remove the additional areas, match up to it, there's a high likelihood that the turfs will look different for at least a year, maybe longer, as the turf establishes and grows. So there will be that. Likely will still remain with the unevenness. So it's really, as far as constructability, in our estimation, better that we reduce those areas. The largest grass area, again, is at the central part of the park, which with the addition of the new walkways is going to require significant work, aligning the irrigation lines and tying into those new concrete walkways. So we feel while there may be potential to preserve some turf areas in place, that there's a high likelihood that we would not get the best product. Also, when the water's turned off, there's a chance that turf could dry out. So it just, again, from constructability, practicality, we feel it's best that we remove and replace the entire area.
That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Whiten. Any questions?
I'm glad to hear you have the old original plans which were Langen Wood. And I was surprised that staff didn't refer to the original plans in the staff report. This is now 50-year-old park this year. It's 2024, which is pretty exciting. And it's held up really well considering the amount of use that it gets. So yes, evaluating the original palette, both the shrub palette and the tree palette, I think is something we should do. Also, at the same time, did you evaluate the circulation beyond just adding the 2 new walkways to accommodate the change of the Ocean Avenue pedestrian crossing? In other words, what's happened to this park over a period of years is, additions of things have compromised the original design of the park. If we're adding more walks, we might also look at removing walks, because this existing large area that the 2 walks are going through is the largest grass area in the park. And now what we have is, rather than having the big grassy area, we now have 3 pieces of pie. So we could remove, there's a section just to the north of this where we could possibly remove the 2 walks. We're just getting a bunch of crisscrosses. And, it's just eroding the original design. But again, I would suggest that we go back and look at the original circulation. And I don't even know, for example, I tried to find online the original plans and I couldn't find them. Although I did find a really interesting video on YouTube. I just YouTubed, I searched Main Street Park 1974. And there's a handheld video of someone driving south on Coast Highway, Victor Hugo's on your right, and then down to the beach where most of the buildings have been removed, except the Laguna Beach Community Center is right there on Main Beach. And Laguna Avenue still comes through to Coast Highway. But I couldn't find any other, I was hoping I'd find some, opening day pictures or a video or something. But to go back and not just look at the plans, but also to look at photographs, which surely there have to be photographs of this park in the 1970s, not necessarily on opening day. So I guess it's a question. Staff hasn't looked at the historic file, or have they? When preparing these plans, did you consider the historic plans, photographs, et cetera?
So we do not have photographs. We have the plans. I will say, as far as evaluating the circulation, the one notable change again resulted from work that the city did in flipping the crosswalk. Other than that, we were operating under the direction from City Council to not make changes. So from that end, I will say we did not evaluate removing any walkways other than the one that is proposed, which we thought with the change in the crosswalk, it was something that would be acceptable to remove and give the tree additional root space. But as I mentioned, leaving it in would not be an issue either.
Then my other questions, the existing benches, I know there's been a lot of discussion about the benches. There was discussion in our last planning commission meeting, which is how many years ago? It was in the fog of COVID, I think, 21. I went back and looked at the minutes, and we did talk about, I didn't look at the tape, but I believe we talked about stripping the benches and just using the original benches. Did you look into that? I know you've researched other benches, new benches, but how about, renovating the existing benches, which all seem to be in good shape. There's no
Yeah.
deterioration to speak of. They've just got layers and layers and layers of paint.
That would be a possibility. It is something we considered. The concern from reviewing the benches is that it does appear to be a Douglas fir, which likely will deteriorate faster than a hardwood. Again, not to say that it's not possible.
So those are probably not the original benches.
When I compared
Are
it
they
to,
the original frames? Do you know if they're the original frames and that's a replacement wood for caper wood, which is camphor?
yeah, it's really hard for me to say because when I look at the benches, compare them side by side with the detail that was in the original plan, I see subtle differences. However, it could have been that the original bench that went in didn't match 100% to the detail. So I would say it does not provide 100% match to the detail, but I couldn't say with certainty if it's original or not.
So just to be clear, you haven't determined yet whether they could be renovated, stripped, renovated, sealed?
No, I believe they can.
Okay,
The concern is with the wood type.
okay. And the longevity.
Exactly.
Okay. Then the irrigation. I understand the new requirements for changing out the heads and having the subsurface irrigation for 3 feet deep along all the paved areas. And no doubt makes sense to have a more efficient controller system to help regulate the water use and reduce the amount of water that's being used, and also changing out the heads on the irrigation. But is there any indication that the pipes themselves had deteriorated? Has that been looked at? That's a very extensive, that's a big area. And if we don't need to replace the piping, let's not replace the piping.
Yeah, so we have, I'll say not experienced areas. It's PVC pipe that all appears to be in good condition, operating well. What we have identified is that over time, specifically in the areas near Broadway, where there's been washout, flooding, it's very, I'll say over the years with damage and refitting, making things work, it's not clear how that irrigation works. And when I say that, we've had areas in one planter with 2 pipes running alongside each other parallel. It's very hard to isolate a head, and it doesn't match the existing as-built. So there are areas where we feel we need new irrigation just to reset and start over, have a clean system without those kinds of redundancies. And again, the real driving force was the water reduction.
So the area you're speaking about where that has the redundancy is what's referred to as the north patio area. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was renovated in the 90s. It was renovated. Is that right?
I know the last time we worked in there was when the channel was reconstructed, so about 4 years ago.
Yeah, but prior to that, with the flooding, the big downtown
Yes,
flood.
so there was work done in the 90s, yes.
So that might be a degraded area that needed to be upgraded. But how about, are there other areas that you know about in the park that where the piping might require replacing?
Not necessarily requiring replacement due to damage or near failure. Again, it's really driven by the water reduction and changing the system.
Yeah. Yeah, the actual water cost, if you go back, when I went, I think we talked about, I was trying to refer to the council. The first page of that agenda item refers to the irrigation and that 5 million gallons are being used, 3 million of which are for everything else except the turf, including the showers and what have you. And the total cost of the irrigation was $20,000. So that means in terms of cost, we're not spending that much money on the grass that we have right now. We're spending $12,000 a year, which is nothing. Do we want to always upgrade our sustainability and efficiency? Of course we do. And we have to make some changes, right? But I don't think it warrants, I mean, I'm not going to make my comments right now, but the question is, did you look at it from that point of view? In terms of like, look, prioritizing what needs to be done. There's the wholesale approach, which is what we're looking at here, right? That we replace everything. But did you look at alternative approaches that are more surgical, that you just replace the piping in this area, you just do the controllers and the heads and meet the setback requirements from the paving?
So we did not.
I think it's too general at this point for us to really understand what the proposal is.
Right. So the reduction in water use was not financially driven. It was reduce water to save water, be good stewards.
Sure.
So that was the direction given. Saying that, we do as part of design value engineer, and so we feel that the proposed system is what would be needed to achieve the goals that were given to us, which is to reduce the water use. And similar, I'll say the low hanging fruit was to eliminate the sod altogether. Those areas we could just remove it, add the shrubs, put in the drip irrigation system fairly easily. The sod being the bigger challenge with the overspray. And that's really what leads to the overhaul of the irrigation system.
Yeah, I know I'm spending too much time on this, but it's a big action item.
Yeah.
We can get into it more later. Yeah.
Commissioner Dubin?
Yeah, Tom, I've got a few things, but I wanted to start with the light fixtures.
Yes.
That are proposed. Those, are they anodized aluminum or powder coated aluminum? What is the material here?
So the material, the pole is proposed to be a painted galvanized steel pole. The light fixture, I can't speak for all internal components, but it is a yes, it does include a aluminum housing.
So I'll talk about that in a moment, but I'm also just the actual design of these things with that horizontal lip that's all around them. It's going to be a real attractive place for birds and dirt and all kinds of other stuff to accumulate. The other thing that, you know, if you use a steel pole, galvanized steel pole, and then the other components are aluminum, you're going to get some galvanic corrosion happening there. I really think that I looked at the wood poles that are there that have been there for the last 50 years. I'm assuming, yeah, they have a little bit of weather and wear to them, but I really think that a new fixture that doesn't have as much horizontal plane to it that could be affixed to either the existing wood poles or a new wood pole would be a better direction to go in, because I think these are not going to live very well there. You know, I mean, we've spent a lot of time in our recent discussions with the renovation of the Hotel Laguna and the window replacement there, and it's been I think conclusion is any kind of an anodized or painted aluminum is just a bad choice for the environment. that we're in. So I would consider revising the concept for the light standards along the boardwalk there by either utilizing the existing wood pole with a more vertical fixture. Of course, we want it to be LED, like a warm LED light there, but something that isn't going to attract a lot of birds and debris and whatnot along that horizontal plane. As far as the benches go, I did note in our concept review that when we talked about this, 2.5 or 3 years ago, whenever it was, that, I was suggesting that a better treatment for the benches would not be to ever paint them, but to just, oil them periodically and let them kind of age that way. I know that there's a number of, if the decision is made that the wood needs to be replaced, there's a number of whether it's teak, apaton, Philippine mahogany, those are all available, and they're all available in 8-quarter material. So you can match the dimension of the existing wood that's there. So whether the existing ones the paint is stripped off and then oiled, that's potentially one way to go. Or if excuse me, if replacement is going to happen, then I would suggest using one of these hardwoods and just oil them. I don't think you should ever put paint on them, or, as you said, any kind of varathane or anything like that's going to ultimately start to peel and be a problem for maintenance. But, I think the wood benches are a nicer choice over the plastic wood, although I know the plastic wood, most people probably wouldn't notice that so much, but and of course the maintenance is basically maintenance free. But I think in regards to trying to stick with the spirit of the park as it has existed for as long as it has, that I think the wood either replacement or refinishing of the wood with no paint and just oiled would be a better choice.
Sounds more like a comment than a question.
Oh, sorry. Let's talk about the conduit along the beach side. We live in a time when everything is wireless, and I'm wondering, could that just be entirely removed? Have you talked to public marine safety about how they utilize that, and is it something that could just be entirely removed and replaced with wireless communication?
Yeah, that was probably my first question, if I could get rid of it. But no, that is critical to their communication system. So they do require that line to be
Hardwire.
maintained.
Okay.
Yes.
Real quick, the plaques that are existing on the benches are, if the benches were to be remade in wood or whatever, would the plaques be reinstalled?
Yes, I apologize for not mentioning that significant fact that we did receive clear direction that those plaques would be preserved and reinstalled on the new bench.
Okay. And as getting back to the bike racks, right now there's no proposal for installing any bike racks along at least near the street side of the park. Is that?
No, I know I said the nearest were across the street. I was not including the 2 existing, which are in the area of the Laguna Channel. The existing 2 racks in that location are galvanized metal, so we were proposing to replace those with a better looking galvanized steel black bike racks. So, but only 2.
Right. So because the project does fall under the Art in Public Places program, would that be something that maybe the bike racks could be an artist designed bike rack situation that might be part of that program?
I can't speak for the Arts Commission, but it's something I could bring up with our arts coordinator.
And since we're talking about the new walkways, I know I was the one that sort of talked about the maybe a more decorative approach to that, but I don't know how anybody else feels about that, but is that something that is a possibility or is it too disruptive to the rest of the visual of the park?
It's certainly a possibility. The question for me would be, would it raise to the level of a commissioned art piece, or is it enhanced pavement that would be part of a public works project? And so that may sound weird, but there is a fine line to where if it is considered a public art piece, that would need to be under the purview of the Arts Commission. If it was a decorative, whether it's a stamped concrete, fancy paver, that could be incorporated into our plan.
Thank you, Tom.
Sure, Commissioner Whiten.
Yeah, one other question. I was confused by your description of the north patio cobblestone. Do the plans suggest that will be replaced?
Yes.
The entire area?
Yes,
And it would be replaced with what?
with a stamped concrete to match the existing south patio.
Okay, and how about the north patio?
By the lifeguard tower?
Hmm.
By the lifeguard headquarters?
No, north, that's where it's near the channel.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's the one I was referring to.
oh,
That would be
But not the
reconstructed.
south. The south is going to stay
Yes,
as is. The north is going to be replaced.
right, to match the south.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there, I got a few questions. And there, there's a number of key issues with this whole project, but I think, and I know the answer to this, but this is more for the general public because we had gotten some correspondence from members of the public who were saying, why is this being done at all? Main Beach is great. Why are you changing it at all? Why don't we just leave it as is? So I guess the overarching question is, why is this being proposed? So can you explain a little bit about the capital improvement program and the process that has led us to this point? And what is the process going to be moving forward?
Yes. So as Commissioner Whiten stated, this park is 50 years old. And when we look at our capital improvement program, we set out a 10-year plan. We identify areas that need either reconstruction, improvements. So typically, we will put a park project every year, and the intent is to maintain what we have. So rather than let them completely degrade and then realize we need to do something, we do plan to move forward and make these improvement projects happen. So again, this project in particular, after that discussion in 2019 at the city council meeting, it was determined then that no significant changes were needed to this park. And it was really put into the category of a park renovation. And so renovating broken concrete, irrigation systems. So that's how this project kind of developed to what it is, making minimal changes, but putting in new features that would last another 35, 50 years.
Okay, so the city has this capital improvement program list that is existing, that is years out in advance. And then every year, the city looks at that and decides which projects to move forward on. So they decided at some point, we're going to move forward with the capital improvement project of renovating Main Beach. And they gave direction to go forward. And then we had a planning commission concept review hearing on this a couple of years ago, 2.5 years ago. And now here we are tonight. And then at this point, we're asked to do a planning commission design review on this project and to possibly issue a coastal development permit for this project, correct?
Correct.
And so, if as we go through our discussion here tonight, we come up with a number of recommendations, suggestions, requests, however you want to put it. How do we move forward at that point?
So the typical process, when a public works project receives the design review approval, coastal development permit, any other approvals, we then move to have our designer prepare final construction drawings. So in that process, they're able to address any additional comments, changes that come up in the hearing, put together that design package. We then bid the project out for construction. In this case, the goal is to begin this construction following the summer. So beginning September, the project would move into construction.
Okay. And so it will not necessarily, or will not at all, come back before the Planning Commission for another further review after we make recommendations to have it come back to us, say, oh, yes, you've implemented every single little thing we asked for, or not, or it will not go again to City Council for any other further review before you go ahead and basically finalize the plans.
So the plans will be finalized, put out to bid, and then presented to the City Council for the contract award. So at that time, has happened in the past, council asks to see the plans, see if any, fine tuning or changes want to be made. But essentially, you are correct. It would not come back to the Planning Commission after the design review approval.
Okay, but final plans would go before the City Council, and they would ultimately, provide the funding to make the actual project move forward.
Unless we ask for it to come back.
Which I'm not sure whether or not, do we have the authority to do that?
So to answer your question, yes.
Okay.
So it is a discretionary application before you this evening. You have the ability to review the project, consider conditions of approval that would be provided as part of the approving resolution. And the commission also has the ability to request the project to come back. The recommendation before you this evening is for adoption of a resolution. And then staff has provided in their presentation, staff would recommend that you condition the project if there's sufficient vote for whatever that might be as part of your motion. And then consideration discussion with staff before that motion is made would be appreciated.
Okay.
And so then just one thing to add, the idea of approval with conditions, it's not advisable to have one of those conditions come back and show us more additional stuff because we may want to change it. If the commission is uncomfortable providing a, approval, then the direction should be come back and fix these issues versus approval with conditions subsequent to fix issues.
Okay. That answers the big picture question. Now we'll get into some smaller nitty gritty ones. Regarding, the proposed new walkways that are primarily being proposed because of the change in the crosswalk location from Ocean Avenue. Regarding that change in the crosswalk location, has city staff or Public Works done any post-change evaluation of that change to determine the successfulness of that change? And are you confident at this point that that's going to remain that way, and that somehow somebody's going to look at that in a year or two and go like, wow, that was a mistake. We should move it back to where it was.
Yeah, I would, as far as the evaluation, I would need to discuss that with the city engineer to see if any formal evaluation was done. That being said, we do feel confident that this configuration is appropriate and would remain in place.
Okay. And that if that is the case, and as suggested, I think by Commissioner Whiten, then then the other two walkways that were basically where the crosswalk used to be, are those necessary to remain? And could those just then be removed?
I'm not sure if those were the walkways she was referring to, but I will say that
No, I think this is where the crosswalk used to be. You had a couple of angled,
right.
walkways that came off of where the crosswalk, hit the other side of Coast
Right.
Highway.
So I will say I have spent some time out there observing the pedestrian path. And so what I have noticed is that when people cross from the inland side over to the beach, they tend to walk straight up the grass. And what I have noticed is when people leave the park, they tend to use the existing walkways. So I see that the existing walkway in the area of that crosswalk is still being used. It's still, I think, is a pretty significant central walkway that I would recommend keeping in place.
Okay. To the lights, just in general, by looking, and I know you didn't have a lot of time to look at any of the original plans, and I'm not sure when you said original plans, if it was just the landscaping plans or if it was an overall plan for the park that showed, it sounded like you said something about it showed some details regarding benches and stuff. Did it also have details of the lighting fixtures? And were you able to determine that those lighting fixtures that are there today were as proposed per those original plans?
Yeah, and unfortunately, the plan did not include a detail. It did not give a drawing to show what the lights look like. It did list, it had a description and a manufacturer's name. When we searched that, we were not able to find a photo because they no longer exist. But I reached out to South Coast Lighting, who is predominantly works with street lighting and other types of lights. They researched it and they were able to track down the actual foundry where those were built and stated that they still had the mold. So feel very confident that the lights could be reconstructed.
Okay. And by looking at those original plans, were you able to get a sense of any overall theme for the park? I mean, when I look at those lighting fixtures that are existing today, I kind of wonder, like, what's the theme there? Is that nautical? Is that what is that? Is that supposed to be craftsman? Is that, what exactly was the theme? Or do you have any sense of that at all? And
yeah, so in review of the plans, and I think much still remains out there today, is an overwhelming theme was use of the natural elements. So the hardwood benches, the wood boardwalk, wood stairs, again, the wood light poles. So it was incorporating a lot of those natural elements. Also, it was and I think maybe some of, with the time, it was just your standard gray concrete walkways, grass. So, not to say it in a bad way, but very straightforward, simplistic type of design. So I think that theme, it really resounded through there, kept a natural look and really focused on the natural beauty of the area.
okay. And then if those lighting fixtures were able to be replicated in, the same manner or style, but the idea would be to upgrade them to LED lighting for just energy efficiency purposes, correct?
Correct.
But they wouldn't necessarily be dark sky compliant or good neighbor lighting compliant.
Right. The way those lights, they do have the lenses on the side. So right, it is not focused downward only.
Okay. The benches themselves, it sounds as though the way that the commission's leaning and everything is that probably, I don't know, I won't even say that, but did you ever consider, wood composite material? So not recycled plastic or anything, but they do make composite materials where it's it's got wood fibers in it. It's not, you know, it's not solid sawn lumber, but it does contain wood. Is that ever considered?
When we were looking at it with the landscape architect, we did look at several different materials and kind of landed on what is proposed because we felt that mimicked the wood the best.
Okay, I looked at, because in the staff report, it noted a particular manufacturer for the benches. And I pulled up their website. I did not see a bench style that matched what you know you guys were proposing or the style of the existing benches. So I'm not sure how you guys were thinking. If I had the website right, I don't know. It's Volusia or something like that. Was that the bench manufacturer? Because when I typed that in, it did pull up a website of a manufacturer, but I couldn't find. And they make benches, but I didn't see a style that was close to similar to these. So
yeah, that was the manufacturer. I would need to check with the landscape architect to see if maybe he pulled it from a catalog that maybe is not online. So
okay.
I would need to verify why that wasn't on their website.
But they noted a number of different materials, you know, for including hardwood, you know, just actual hardwood for it. So I don't know if that would just be a straight option. But the other question I had is, you know, it seems as though the steel supporting structure for the benches is pretty okay. It does not look to be super decayed or rusted or anything like that. And there was some comments from the public about, you know, if you're going to be pulling out, replacing benches, isn't that going to be disruptive to the concrete and tearing up and requiring patching and stuff like that? Is there any consideration to keeping the metal portion of these benches and just replacing the slats with new wood?
Yeah, so the proposed replacement came about with discussions with the maintenance staff. We did look at the benches. Some of them do show signs of rust at the base. In addition, majority of the concrete area around those benches would be replaced. Those are some of the areas where the concrete's damaged and would need to be replaced. So as we looked at that with maintenance, their preference was to have the bolt down variety. So if we were doing a full replacement, the preference was the bolt down versus embedded to make it easier to replace in the future if the need came up.
Okay. Let's see. Speaking of, that kind of leads into the pavement and the concrete and new concrete and concrete replacement and all that. They make some highly permeable concrete now that water can just basically flow through. And you talked about areas like by the showers and stuff. Was there any consideration to using a permeable type concrete rather than, you know, non-permeable concrete that's going to run off into wherever, into drains?
No, we didn't look at permeable concrete.
Why not?
We were looking at a replace in kind, more so because we're doing spot repairs. So to change the pavement type, I think would probably require that we redo everything to maintain consistency. So we were looking at spot repairs and replacing with in kind.
In general, have you had, or do you have any concerns about permeable concrete? And can you anticipate any, I mean, if you were, say the park was not there and we're starting from scratch and you were pouring in, would there be any negative consequences to doing permeable concrete?
I'm not familiar with permeable concrete. I've been involved with permeable pavement, asphalt, permeable pavers. The biggest concern in this area is the sand movement. And a lot of times those types of surfaces require, they need to be free of any fine silts or sand. So I could see that failing after a short period of time.
Okay, that makes sense. The question regarding the conduits has been answered. Is just in general, is the proposed plant palettes that you're suggesting, is that similar to what's in Heisler Park? I mean, was there an effort to any way to tie this into the planting palette of Heisler Park, or not, or is it just considered this is a separate project, and why do that?
Yeah, I'll say the design intent was not looked at to bring cohesiveness from Heisler Park. It was more looked at Main Beach and creating a consistent palette throughout the park. So when we looked at Main Beach, when you look at the north end and the south end, you can kind of see differences. So we were looking at a way to really bridge that across the park.
Great. Well, that answers all my questions. Any other questions, Commissioner Dubin?
Just one quick one, Tom. I'm getting back to the conduit. I know there's two sets of that there, and it's pretty beat up and it's white, obviously. So would there be any reason to replace it with a single ABS that's black? Because it's just phone lines from what I can tell. So it's not like big, thick cable or anything going on in there. So if it was replaced with a single black ABS, that they could still run all their communication lines through, and that may keep you from even having to try to disguise it because of the dark color.
Yeah, one of the concerns I have is we would then have to disconnect and reconnect everything versus making repairs to the conduit, covering it. It would also require, so if we have two, I think they're 3/4 inch, we're likely to get maybe up to a 2-inch pipe. So it would probably start sticking out further.
I don't think it'd be that big. I mean, from the pictures I saw of the phone lines running through there, I mean, those are really quite small. And there may have been a reason they added a second one somewhere down the road, but it seems to me that if you, it might save you some work on the other end of trying to disguise it by just simply replacing it with a single, maybe a 1-inch or would be enough, or 1.5 inch ABS that would just tuck underneath there and pretty much not be seen. So I'm suggesting it as something to consider.
Yeah, and another thing that we took into consideration is not only disguising it but protecting it. So we do get a lot of sand movement. We get a lot of people sitting on the edge of the boardwalk, jumping from the sand up. So we feel really concealing it is the best thing to protect it and disguise it.
Okay, well, I think you could, like I say, if you redid it properly with the proper hangers and everything, you could really tuck it way up underneath the boardwalk, and you wouldn't have to, add wood or, a camouflage mechanism to that, which would save some time and energy in the whole project. So anyway, something to think about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kellenberg?
Yeah, I just want to jump back to the irrigation because I guess I was working under a certain assumption that Susan's question kind of challenged. And I'm assuming that when you do all this 3-foot stuff all over the place, are you just doing it along PCH or is it around all the sidewalks?
Adjacent to any impervious.
Yeah, so you got this 3-foot thing going all over the place. And then you're retuning the irrigation system. You're retuning it by completely redesigning it. I've assumed that in order to achieve the water goals, and because of the fundamental change of the irrigation system around all these edges, that you're relocating all of the heads. That relocating all the heads is one of the reasons that you have to go in and redo all this. That just switching out the heads with something that's more efficient. I'm assuming that doesn't work.
Right. So we can no longer have the heads adjacent to the concrete. So all the heads at a minimum would be moving in 3 feet.
Right. So yeah. So just taking away the heads along the edge and doing this and then leaving all the others where they are. Is that possible? Or do you really have to relocate, really reestablish a whole new design for it to work.
It would need to be carefully looked at, and just, sizing this radius of the heads appropriately. So we do need to, it could require additional heads in the center or additional heads along the edges to reduce the overspray and get the zones. And so again, when I say from a practicality standpoint, I think it's harder to deliver a good package in that instance.
Okay, thanks.
And they've got that whole sloped area by the coast. Okay, Commissioner Goldman, do you have any additional questions? Commissioner Goldman, if you're still there.
Yeah, I'm still there. I just need to take you off mute. I do not.
Okay, thank you. All right, I will open for public comments. I'll open the public hearing. Anybody who wants to come forward, please do so. And thank you for being patient for all those questions.
Thank you. And I'm going to acknowledge you guys for just relooking at our city because it's time. I'd like us to have goals regarding every park, not just this park, and that perhaps one of them is that we push for organics as much as possible and just take plastics out of the equation as much as possible as well. We have an opportunity here to rectify many things that are wrong in the park. And so to do just a couple Band-Aids would probably be wrong for us, for the city. And so it's an opportunity. The reduction of turf area, I'm all for that, but I don't think we need to remove all the lawn. That's not an answer. And Kikuyu is not a beautiful lawn. It's not one great to rest on. It itches you almost as much as St. Augustine. And this lawn is used quite frequently for people that are laying out and just yogaing. So it's not a best alternative. I do agree that in the from the kids' sand area to Hotel Laguna, all the lawn is lifted because of all the sand that comes up. So that definitely needs to go down again. I agree with you, Susan, so much about cutting that big lawn expanse into three, making three smaller expanses. I know that you're not supposed to do Frisbees, and I think you're not supposed to throw a football too, but it still is a place where people play. I know that's crazy, isn't it? But I think what you really ought to do is to make a straight walk from the crosswalk at Ocean straight up to the lifeguard tower. It is our iconic place. It should be maybe a 10-foot walk, and just make that your main path to come up and say how beautiful that lifeguard tower is. And if you go down Ocean, you can see the lifeguard tower. So it's unnatural that we actually embrace Ocean, make that our main street, beautify it incredibly, and bring it all the way down to the lifeguard tower and to our beach. The bus stop has insufficient benches there, so I think that needs to be rectified. Also, the concrete enhancement around that bus stop, why do we need to add concrete to that area? I don't see why. Lighting. I do agree that the lighting should be maintained. Why not just put a sheath over that particular lamp so that it is downward focused and not going up to the sky? Then we can leave it the way it is, just add a little sheath of metal over it so that it's not happening. Stamped concrete, oh, please, we are in 2000s. And so, I'm going to go over. We can't put more concrete in. And if you were here at the meeting when they decided to do it, it was established that that was a makeshift answer as an emergency. And so we're going to do it again. That's really, really horrible. Plants. We do need to put more drought tolerant plants in, and it doesn't have to be necessarily all California natives, but we have some larger expanses where it is smart and good and educational to put in California natives.
Couple more minutes.
Okay, good. But let's not use the city tree of Newport Beach and put natal plum in. That's disgusting. Let's put things that you actually have to think about to plant and to make grow. I went to Mr. and Mrs. Quilter's house where they have a dendromicon and like 80 different varieties of beautiful growing California natives, and we can do that. Let's get some community involvement into it. We should have a pollinator garden inside of there, and the Laguna Beach, and I'm going to volunteer them, a garden club would love to maintain that area. Let's allow that ficus to get as broad and wide as possible. We saw the outpouring around the world for the Lahaina ficus. We could have our ficus be as incredible if we pruned it to grow wider, not higher, not block views, but wider and more beautiful. Bigger wells around the trees so that we're not putting the mower up against them. And we need to reduce, I agree, we need to reduce water areas. And so heads next to concrete are spraying away. So that makes no sense. It's the heads that are in the center or on the other side that are spraying this way, and then it's just weeping its way down. So if you go there in the morning and do a jog, and you'll see what's actually happening after the water happens. Alternative bike rack, I agree 100%. Dry deck fountain. Come on, let's do it. Let's put a dry deck fountain, maybe over by the lifeguard, not the station, but yeah, the lifeguard area, where maybe once a week for 3 hours in an area that looks like beautiful new pavement, we have a dry deck fountain that pops up and the kids can just play and they can go during celebrations and festivities. But otherwise it's just dry. Let's do something really cool there. I have a million more ideas, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Bob Borthwick. I was wondering, I have so much to say here. I wrote, as you know, the letter, and everybody's emailing me the last couple of days. So I'm going to be really brief when I get to my own email. But I was wondering if I could have just a minute before I start to read a few things that Scott Sebastian wrote, another landscape architect.
Okay, but keep in mind that we received all that stuff, including your comments.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just, for the record, and I'm sure everybody in the commission agrees with most of what he's saying, but I just want to put it on the record because so many people feel so passionately about this. So Scott says, when I moved here 45 years ago, I was impressed with the fact that the central focus of the city was a small but very well-designed and well-detailed park. No other city around here had anything like it. I have been saddened over the years by how various small incremental decisions about paving, furniture, plant choices, etc., have tended to chip away at the quality of the original design. So I'll skip over a little bit. So he's saying, I do not believe that many of the elements of the proposed renovation are appropriate. The type of turf, the plastic benches, the off-the-shelf light fixtures, the enhanced paving, and I encourage you to consider how the city could restore the integrity of the original design. I would like to see Main Beach Park treated as a historic resource that deserves better treatment. So anyway, so thanks for letting me say that. So getting to my email, and boy, there's been so much activity about this the last day. Tom has emailed me quite a bit. I really appreciate his work on the light fixtures and so forth. Anyway, to start off with the trash cans, that's a simple one. The Landscape Scenic Highways Resource Document never intended for the metal type trash enclosures or the metal benches to be on Main Beach, even though it's technically in downtown. What we had in the document, those details were inland of Coast Highway, not on the ocean front. We assumed that Main Beach was its own entity, not part of the downtown. So anyway, so the trash enclosures, the concrete cylindrical ones are perfectly fine, in terms of the resource document. So pardon me. So the first item here, the removal of the walkway from the big cobblestone area going towards the big ficus tree. Again, as I said in my letter, I saw a constant stream of people walking that. And so I'm happy that Tom and staff have felt that it's okay to leave that walk in, because I think it's heavily used. And if you look at the plan view, it makes perfect sense that there should be a walk in that location. Okay, so the additional walkways that are going in, I don't really see the reason for the brick in the middle of those two walkways, because if those two walkways go in, it should look like it was part of the original design. It shouldn't look like these were the new walks that they put in that happen to have brick in them in 2024. So I disagree with the notion that those should call attention to themselves and be different in any way. I worked on the 93 renovation at Broadway, and we had to put in new walkways down there. And it's not just a plain walk, it's a concrete walk with score lines and so forth. So I think it should match the other walkways. Gosh. So I'm thrilled about the light fixtures that Tom was able to find. And I think personally, if those were the fixtures that Ken Wood and Fred Lang picked in 74, we should respect their
A little bit of time. Yeah.
okay. We should respect their decision, and that's part of the design. And so I think it's wonderful if those could be put back in. And I've worked on historic preservation projects elsewhere, and I think you could probably consider those, those light fixtures being grandfathered in terms of the light distribution, because they've been there for 50 years, and they're being replaced in kind, I think that could be considered to be appropriate. Okay. Benches. I like Susan's thought about seeing if the ones that are there could be stripped of the paint, and we just go with it, because it's a very sophisticated design. If you look at the top edge and the bottom edge where your knee wraps around, it's not just a simple piece of wood. In fact, it's interesting. Tom sent me the white oak example of the white oak one, which looks similar to the plastic wood one. All the elements are the same size, and there happens to be one right in front of the fire station, the white oak version of the Main Beach bench. And I must say it's a reasonable facsimile, but it doesn't have the class or the character of the ones that Lang & Wood designed, just in terms of the size of the wood pieces and the shape. Okay, I'll wrap it up here. So the existing trees, I guess I didn't mean to make a big deal out of those two palm trees, but any landscape architect can just stand there on the ficus tree. Here's the branches, and here's a palm tree working its way up, which is, at some point it's going to grow into the tree. And I thought it was just a simple thing that those could be taken down, but maybe the staff can just do that. Okay, then the last big one is the turf replacement. And this, without getting into the nuts and bolts of it, our office has done this sort of thing for other cities, other parks. And I think that for such a huge expenditure and such a huge disruption to take out all that turf and dig down, new topsoil, new irrigation, I just urge you to have a third party look at the whole notion. There's a company that we work with, we're not connected to, but that's all they do. They have a GPS technology, so they can locate all the heads, figure out where this overspray is, where it isn't, where dry spots are, and so forth. They look at the water usage for the city, and they look at the equipment, and they say, what could be done to help save water without necessarily throwing out the whole system. So I'm as a resident, it seems like an overkill to me to go that heavy-handed when I was just out there Sunday, and it's just, it's beautiful. I didn't see any low spots. I didn't see anything wrong with it. And other than the grade coming up from the sidewalk, of course, when the sidewalk was widened, they could have tapered it back. They didn't do that. So there is a abrupt element there that should be changed, but that, okay. I've had so much here. Anyway, I'll stop. But I hope that I do have some background, as I said, with the Broadway configuration there in 93 and some knowledge of the Langen Wood plan. So if you want to ask me any questions afterwards, I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Morris Kandarian, architect and 50-year resident. I was here when the Main Beach Park was designed and redesigned and the mounds of soil went away, and what we have is what it ended up to be. And this city council chamber was packed with people and they were standing out on the lawn. So how times have changed. Three things. One, no galvanized metal. I heard the word metal several times. No powder coating. If you're going to have bicycle racks, buy stainless steel bicycle racks. I think there should be bicycle racks. And there's a lot of creative bicycle racks that aren't the standard ones you see in front of the markets and so forth. Actually, I sent a text of an example to Susan, and I'll send it to the rest of you so you can see it. The other thing is lighting. We talked, George brought it up, soft lighting. What does that mean? One of the problems with LED lighting these days, excuse me, is different lighting renditions, 5,000, 4,000, 2,700, 2,200. Sometimes the bollards will be 5,000. The overhead lighting will be 2,700. So you get these clashes of blue lighting and warm lighting. So I think the whole park should be 2,700, no more. 2,200 is too yellow. It starts to look like the old HP lighting, I'm sorry. And 5,000 is just too blue. So I think make sure we get that in, not just quote warm lighting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Sadler and Commissioners, my name is Gene Felder. I live at 2680 Park Avenue. I'm not representing the Historical Society, but I haven't been on the board for 10 years. But I was on the board for 13 years, president for 5 years, and we had a program on the history of Main Beach Park. So I just wanted to share with you a few things as I can recall. It should be at lagunahistory.org, but apparently, you know, the city was incorporated in 1927. Even at that time, they talked about removing the businesses and having public ownership of Main Beach. In 1950s, there was a bond measure that was offered, and it needed 2/3 vote, and it got 66%. A couple of years later, they had another bond measure, and it got 66% and fell short. So the city finally in 68 pledged the rent from the Festival of the Arts ground to issue a bond measure with a dedicated revenue source. And then later, whenever it was 98 or something like that, we had a bond burning ceremony on Main Beach. But when it opened, it was quite a tremendous thing. We did not have photographs of Mayor Roy Holm parachuting into Main Beach Park. But I think an astronaut, Scott Carpenter, piloted the airplane. So it was a great thing. What they did was in the 60s was to have a committee set up, and it was who's in Laguna Beach, and this is who we got the information from for the program that we had. Harry Lawrence was on the committee, and Vern Spitaleri was on the committee for 2. And one of the shocking things that they said, this was particularly from Harry Lawrence, was that Fred Lang's original plan did not work, that within a year or two, half of the plants needed to be replaced. So I don't know if that's actually true, but he swore it was. And I can believe that it is a harsh environment there. So I would not take out existing plants and put in new plants. I would not necessarily go back to the original plan, but rather preserve what is there. And so the biggest thing is as the conversation has gone, keep it natural, keep it wood. Please don't put plastic in it. It is our window to the sea. It's how important was it? When they went to buy it, they appraised it. And when they negotiated, the city paid more than the appraised value, $3 million for 1,000 foot of oceanfront. They got ripped off when they bought it.
Thank you. Any more speakers? Come on down.
Thank you, Leah Vasquez. I'm on the Beautification Council, and I worked for Fred Lang. I have to say that your comments, all of you, are amazing, and your questions are really important, particularly Susan. I'm very impressed that you've taken so much time to look at it, and the speakers that have come up tonight, all of them care very much. I think the most important thing is that we go back to the original concept that Fred Lang and Wood had. And we also consider the fact that we don't have to obliterate everything. I'm particularly concerned that we're losing our history in this town. And I agree with the comments that people made here. I think that it needs to have another chance at looking at it and revising it, thinking about it. Everything that was said by everyone comes together as a package. And I think that you need the chance to reevaluate what's going on. And I know how much work it's gone into it. I really appreciate it. But I want to stress how important it is that we don't lose our history. This is what's happening everywhere. And it's very important that you all do it. You've done a great job and asking the questions. And thank you very much. I'm looking forward to coming again, to watching this and to seeing all the things that were recommended, keeping plastic out. I'm concerned about cutting up these spaces. I think it's important to keep it looking beautiful and large and embrace what Lang Wood had. Also, I like some of the ideas that have come up this evening about the lighting and small changes. I think Ruben Flores mentioned about just capping the top of the light and making sure that it doesn't shine up. I mean, we've gone a long way. I've been here since 1964 and I've seen the changes, but we were all very excited about having Main Beach Park and having it open to the public. So I think it deserves the attention that you've been giving to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Leah, if you could print your name on the list. Did you? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Jerome Pudwell, 36-year resident. I have everything Bob said. I mean, just literally everything Bob said, and Ruben. I was a writer at one time. I lived for a lot of adjectives and adverbs. And the words that kept coming to my mind were authenticity, natural, consistency and look, usability, and affordability. And this seems like this plan is wide on several of these subjects. We haven't seen any numbers on it. And you know, your benefit ratio is nebulous at this time. How much are we going to spend and how much are we going to get out of it? And is it going to actually pay for itself as far as what we're concerned? Also, I look at the natural beauty of the town and the charm. We get 6.5 million visitors here every year. So we're going to take more turf away? This seems a little bit incongruous to me. The two walkways, you might take a look at just making one because as you pointed out, it does carve it up into a bunch of pie pieces. So I think you can get away with just one. I'm not even sure it needs to be straight. You might have a little bit of a walkway to it. Bike rack, you might take a look at the Coast Hardware parking lot. There might be a space there that would be pretty easy to install a rack. Yeah, and the grass. I mean, it's important that that grass be comfortable. I mean, we're inviting guests. The city council majority keeps promoting more tourism. And, you know, so we're going to take more grass away, just does not make sense. So I understand the water usage, but I believe that if we go about taking a look at reinvigorating the existing system, as Bob was suggesting, we could probably save a ton of money and achieve the exact same results. So I thank you for that. Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing.
Chair, I just want to make sure, Kirsten, no one with Commissioner Goldman in Paris, France, looking to comment?
He stated earlier that there were
There's
no
still none?
members of the
Got it.
public, yes.
For the record, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Back to the applicant team. Would you like to respond to any of those public comments? I've jotted them down unless you didn't. You want me to run through them quickly?
Yeah, I have some notes, but if there were any specific things you wanted me to address, I'll go there first.
Well, a couple suggestions were, the possibility of having some sort of public garden, a fountain, keeping the walkway from the cobblestone area, which you already addressed, the brick in the walkway, which again, it sounds like you addressed, keeping the existing lighting fixtures, which again, you addressed, the possibility of renovating the existing benches, the possibility of removing the palms under the ficus, the type of grass being proposed, hiring some sort of third-party water conservation evaluation, the type of metal that's being used in any locations regarding like the bicycle racks, for example, uniform lighting type for the LED lighting in terms of the color and warmth, trying to preserve the existing plants, no plastic, avoid cutting up the spaces, the possibility of replacing those two proposed walkways, possibly with one, and grass removal in general, which you stated was 10, 11% or something like that.
Yeah, so very, very similar with my notes. I'll start with fountains, just specifically in this area. I could see that being problematic. It also it strays from the existing plan and what's out there. So we would not be recommending something like that here at Main Beach. As far as the removal of the natal plum, not necessarily opposed to that one specific plant species if we were asked to remove that. For those who are unfamiliar with that, it's two different varieties. There's a shrub variety and a ground cover, but it is a thorny plant, kind of a green. So that would act more to fill the landscape areas, but as I mentioned, would not be opposed to switching that out. I appreciate Bob's interpretation that Main Beach is not part of downtown in Alshard. I agree. I can definitely look further to stripping the paint. I also agree with Bob's statement that when you take a close look at these benches, they aren't straight cuts. They aren't simple rounded edges. They tend to have shape, and they're very specific in that respect. And so I would worry that matching that would be very difficult. So keeping them, stripping them would be, I think, the purest way to preserve what's there. As I mentioned earlier, my concern would be with the type of wood we have existing, but would not let that be a preventative factor to stripping what we have there. As far as the questions on the irrigation, you know, I'm happy to go back, work with our landscape designer, Stantec, who put this plan together. I would request a condition to that fact. I would have a hard time guaranteeing that we could deliver this without removing. I would hate to put a percentage or a hard number on how much of the grass would be preserved or removed. But I'm happy to be conditioned to work towards reducing the amount. So something that I put out there. As far as Morris's recommendation on the lighting temperature, I would agree. That is, I would also propose the 2700 Kelvin. That's not too yellow. I think 3000 is probably a little too getting more of the white color. So I would also agree 2700 Kelvin for both the lighting along the boardwalk and on the bollards. Morris mentioned about the stainless steel bike racks. I can research that further and see what's available. I mean, opportunities are endless. It's a question of how simple or how ornate we would like these to be. We were trying to keep with something different than the standard U, but something that does have a better look and feel to it. But that can be stainless steel. I do not have an issue with that. In response to Gene Felder's comment regarding preserving the existing plants, we've gone through, we've looked at, as I mentioned, we identified specific species that we feel definitely need to be preserved and kept. I'm happy to expand on that list. My one concern is that if we are redoing the irrigation in the planters, if we're going to a drip irrigation system, it gets hard to keep every plant in those planters. So again, there is existing plants such as natal plum, things if we were to go through and selectively remove certain types is not something that I would be opposed to. I think those are the major ones, unless I'm missing anything. I think that covers it.
No, it seems like you hit the big ones. I guess we'll ask if there's any. I'll ask a final question. When you were talking about the type of grass, did you say that the type of grass here, right here at City Hall, is the type of grass that's being proposed?
Yes. When I went through the grass, I had my staff, my maintenance staff, triple, quadruple check it, verify it. And they pointed out to me that Kikuya is the type of grass here in front of City Hall. I know that it is the type we have in Heisler, because having done work in Heisler, when we repaired trenches, we put back Kikuya. So it is something that we use quite a bit. I don't see it as an uncomfortable grass.
Right. In Heisler Park, people lie and sit and picnic on it all the time.
Yes, and it does exist at Main Beach as well.
I had done a little internet research on it today, and that came up with, that listed some pros and cons, and I also came up with some article from 1971 that was talking about it being at that time considered an invasive weed in California. And somebody had mentioned also that that it's known to be spread well, and so there was a concern raised about the possibility of, hey, if the city's using mowers there at Main Beach, then using those same mowers in other areas of Laguna Beach, that it could end up spreading this type of grass to other locations. Is there any concern about that?
Yeah, that concern, the mower specifically, I've heard that before with other species of grass, and where it becomes a concern is when that's a one-off area. So if this was the only area or the only park that, say, our maintenance staff or our maintenance consultant was mowing in town, it would be a concern. And an example of that, we were recently when we did Riddle Field, the baseball resodding, there was a certain mix that was required, and we were to the point where we were considering purchasing a mower specific for that park. So I do understand that concern. But again, being that we do use it in so many locations, I'm not as concerned in this instance.
Okay, that's it for me. Based on the public comments, and staff still available, any other follow-up questions?
I have I'm going to backtrack and apologize if this has been covered and I just kind of didn't understand it, but what I call the Central Plaza, which is the one kind of in the middle, that's being demolished and replaced.
Yes.
And explain why that is occurring again.
We're anticipating that as part of the work, we're going to be trenching through that area. There are some damaged areas, or the pavers do not extend all the way. So there's some different pavements in that area. It just to provide it a cleaner look. That's what we are anticipating.
And it would be stamped concrete.
Yes.
Okay. I'll reserve any more on that for
Well,
my
and
comments.
I'm not sure if you responded to this one either, or go ahead first.
I was gonna say, if I could, the one thing that came to mind, the question about the walkways,
Right.
And the potential for one walkway. My concern with, and I believe we looked at this, the concern with just having one straight walkway is the grades. And so if we exceed 5% grade, we would be required to put in handrails. And for us, we felt that could be a absolute no-go. And so by going at an angle, we were able to flatten that out. And we also, as we stood back and looked at it, those two paths do head directly towards the sand. The other downside of the straight walkway is either we would relocate the flagpole or we would go around the flagpole. So those are some considerations. I did hear someone though mention not necessarily having it go straight. So if we were able to, you don't see, I don't know if curvature would be the right way to go there. I don't think so. I see heads nodding. So, we would have to get creative. But again, that could also really impact the grade of the adjacent lawn areas. But that's how we landed on having the two go at the angle directed towards those steps and eliminating the possibility of the handrails.
Great. Well, thanks for that explanation.
When were the bollard lights installed?
I don't have an exact date on that. I did not see them on the original drawing, but I did not, I don't recall seeing an actual drawing for those. So I can't answer that question right now.
Is there a light level that the city is trying to maintain on the boardwalk?
No, oftentimes in these scenarios, we try to match like a 1-to-1 versus if we ran a photometrics, I'm sure we would be adding lights. And so we look at just a 1-to-1 replacement.
Mhm. Okay. And we haven't mentioned the outdoor shower. I think we could look at alternatives to that.
And I do apologize. I thought about that as well. I did not put that in the report, but talking about going away from plastics, that would be one area specific. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question, but I'm not sure who it's for. It's somebody who knows more about turf than I do. But I just have this image of us taking all the turf around the edges, removing all of that, putting in this underground, and maybe that's not what happens. That's the image I have. And then going in and surgically working on the irrigation system to the minimum extent possible if, we go down this other road, this alternative direction. And then when it's all done and like 3 or 4 years later, it's just a complete patchwork of turf appearance because you're never going to match what's there because what's there has been an evolution of 50 years and that we're not going to have the kind of continuity that we've kind of talked about. Does anybody, Susan, can you comment on that, or Bob, or well, just what I said? I mean, can you go in and
The possible
do a patchwork of repairs and have it, when it's all done, it looks uniform, or do you end up having a variety of looks?
I think there will be a period of time where definitely it'll be different. I did point out in front of City Hall, we had a vehicle drive through the lawn, rutted out. It was replaced. You can see the different grass over time with overseeding and doing things. I'm sure we could get it to blend, but there will be a period of time, and I'll defer to Bob.
Yeah.
Well, I think,
I'll reopen the public hearing.
oh, thanks. So turf being an organic material, it evolves over time, over years. So it's not like we're putting in a piece of carpet that doesn't quite match the other carpet, or tile that doesn't quite match the other tile. Over time, it tends to sort of knit itself together. So for instance, if you put in hybrid Alta fescue, the drought tolerant types as sod in a strip where you put a trench, the Bermuda is going to kind of infiltrate and it's going to all grow together. So I don't think it's going to be.
That shouldn't be a concern.
I don't think the patchwork look is going to be a problem.
Thank you.
Susan, does that sound?
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we done with questions? All right, I'll move on to commissioner comments. Commissioner Goldman, would you like to go first, or would you like somebody else to go first?
I guess I'll go first with my list. What I would like to do, because I'm not there to comment live and react to the other commissioners, is maybe after all the other commissioners are done, you could check back and see if I have reaction to some of the comments that they have made.
Sure.
Okay. And I'll try to keep mine brief since remote as well. I like the theme and the idea of sticking to the original plan as much as possible. And I think with me, first priority is the benches. I agree with the comments that have been made to try and attempt to refurbish the original ones, clean them up and seal. The second part, the second alternative to that would be another form of wood bench, the oak that Tom has talked about. I agree with much of the community input, not to have the plastic. George made a comment that the plastics today, it is difficult to tell, but I think it's not 100% there. And again, my strong preference would be to try and work with the original benches. Tom made a comment in response to community input that he's gotten, that the turf is limited to the outliers, and to the extent possible, not more, the turf removal. I think that's good. I was struck by the point that Susan made regarding the water usage percentages, and the small proportion of the water that actually goes with the turf. And there's been a lot of conversation, so I won't add on it, but I am supportive of trying to minimize the tearing up and the more of the spot and head replacements and the runoff spray off of the turf, to the extent that we can do as little evasive as possible. I would be supportive of. With regard to bike rack, I'm very supportive. Understand the point that you don't want it on the boardwalk, but I think you would want some ancillary bike rack. And I was also intrigued by George's comment that if the bike rack could be combined in some kind of artistic manner. I thought that was very interesting. I liked Tom's comment and adjustment leaving the walkway in, and I agree with Bob on the original paving. To the extent possible, I'm a fan of less is more. And I think just trying to keep with the original paving, the original look, and fewer differing looks, I would be supportive of that. I don't have an issue with the proposed grass, and particularly on Steve's recent comment that we're really not going to have a patchwork, and we're not going to see radical differences in where we do replant. And the last point, which wasn't talked about a bunch, I think covering the conduits is an absolute great idea. It always seems as though they look like an eyesore, and it also always seems that they look a bit out of sorts. So I'm fully supportive of what's been detailed in the report and what was talked about with
Steve, can you we're not sure what you're talking about there. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, this is I don't know if it's the conduits, but on the other side of the boardwalk.
The conduit?
Yes, the conduit. Yeah, sorry, that's what I thought I said. Yeah, the conduits. I'm fully supportive of the covering of those. And that's a summary of my comments now. And again, I'd like to have the ability, Chair, in the event I have any reaction to any of the other commissioners, I'll save them up and do them all at once.
Okay, we'll wrap back around.
Thank you.
I can go next if you're looking for somebody.
Yep. Commissioner Kellenberg.
I have a feeling we're going to be saying a lot of the same thing. But I think it's worth doing so. I think, I agree on the walkway removal that we don't remove it. In terms of the new sidewalks, I thought the idea of doing a single one sort of lined up with the tower, the lifeguard tower was kind of an interesting idea. It's hard to imagine there being a grading problem there. It's just, in my mind, I just don't see having to be more than 5%. But on the other hand, when I look at what the Stantec has done, I think if you're adding some, I think they've added them in the spirit of the plan. There isn't a straight sidewalk in the entire park that's perpendicular to PCH. They're all angular, and that's kind of the spirit of the walkway system. And so I don't really mind the layout as they are. And I understand there's a point of breaking up this large expanse of turf, but I think the expanses that are left are still quite sizable. So I'm happy with this. I agree that it should just be the standard concrete color. I think we're all agreed on the light fixtures. We want them to go back to an original. I think the question of do we want to work on the inside of them so there's less ambient light, because that's kind of, we would never pick a fixture like that today. It would always be more downward oriented. But on the other hand, I don't know that it's a real problem in this location. It's not a residential area. It's a commercial area. I have a couple paintings of Main Beach that, the lights, are at dusk, kind of punctuate. And I think it's kind of a nice effect. So, but I'm ambivalent on what happens inside of them, but I do think that they need to I agree with the group on that. I think I'm on board on the bike racks. So I think we need to have bike racks that are on the periphery of the park, because we're trying to encourage people to ride bikes, and there's a huge surge of bike ridership with the advent of the electric bike. So I think we need to provide that. I think I agree with the idea of trying to maintain as many of the plants that have fought to survive. Right. They fought the battle of this tough condition, and to sort of arbitrarily take them out because you might have to work around them with an irrigation line. Maybe I think I wouldn't be quite so broad brush. I would see if, what can we, I thought that was a great point. I'm a little bothered by the stamped concrete, because to me, a stamped concrete, I know we're trying to kind of keep the original idea of sort of the 1970s plan, and stamped concrete looks very 1970s. But it kind of bothers me that it does for some reason. But, it seems like an opportunity on that Central Plaza to do something kind of nice, do something with some really nice pavers and come up with a really great design, and versus putting something in that is kind of, I don't know, not very exciting. On the turf, I'm probably going to be a little bit of a lone voice here, and that's okay because that's not unusual on some things. But 50 years, this is our opportunity after 50 years to clean up. The parks are a little shabby, benches are a little shabby, right? The light fixtures are a little shabby. Some of the paving's a little shabby. The turf to me is a little shabby. It's very irregular. There are spots and different colorations across it. All the edges look like there's not a level edge, on the whole thing. It's a tripping hazard. It looks kind of beat up and a little rough around the edges. And, I guess maybe I'm the lone voice that thinks, we've got the money to do it. 50 years have gone by. We won't do it again for another 50 years. Let's go in and let's refresh it. Let's get the irrigation right. Let's, state of the art, get it really efficient, get all the heads in the right location. Let's deal with all the bad edges from the sand movement and start the next 50 years in a better refresh condition like we are with everything else. But I'm probably going to be outvoted on that. But and in terms of the turf replacement, I think you've done a good job of picking places that it does make sense, that it really aren't impactful to the overall character of the park. And it makes the move, a good faith move to try and reduce water consumption, which we should be doing, and this does that with a minimal, impact on the original character of the park. So the idea of, do we make these changes and bring it back? I'm open to that. I don't feel real strongly one way or the other. So I'll wait for the other commissioners to comment on that.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Whiten?
Sure. Paul made a statement that as part of the capital improvements plan, you're going through systematically on upgrading the parks, and you have an ongoing program year by year, and that there's sort of a 35-year, 50-year cycle at play. And so I think whatever we do now, we should be thinking about the long term. So whereas we could do a couple of Band-Aid things right now, I don't think we should. I think we should look at this holistically and think about this as a renovation of the park. So what does that actually mean? I think the comments that have been made by the public here tonight and also in the letters that are part of the agenda package all point to respecting the original character of the park, and including the details that we've discussed, the benches and the lights particularly, and the paving, the simple paving. So I think to move forward, it would be obvious, it would seem like the obvious thing to do is to dust off the original plans. Look, and I think we need to evaluate the circulation, the whole circulation plan, and see what it was originally, how it's evolved from what it was originally. Really, I don't think, well, Tom described it, that was not done. And I don't think we should do it piecemeal like this. I think we're doing, it doesn't, for example, the path that led north from the south patio area to the ficus tree, it seemed reasonable to remove it, but then there's been back and forth about whether it should be removed. I think we shouldn't make decisions like that. I think we should look at the circulation system and reevaluate it, and make our decisions that way. I also think that Bob's suggestion about having a third-party firm evaluate the existing irrigation system is money in the bank, and it's a smart approach. Maybe we need to scrap the whole thing. Maybe we can save parts of it. But I think that should be looked at, and we should understand what's involved there. With the grass, I could go either way. I mean, the patching is fine, but there does need to be a lot of smoothing out around the edges because of the sand buildup. Some areas, the entire piece over by the playground has to be replaced. So I think yeah, I'm open-minded about that also. Now, the benches, I agree with everybody else. Let's try to go back to the originals, strip them down, try to use the existing frames. If we have to do some repair work, we should do that. I mean, they're working and they're beautiful and they're very comfortable. I think George's idea of the artist's bike rack is a good idea because none of these bike racks are really anything that feel appropriate for this park. I mean, back in the day, people would have just brought their bikes and just put them up against the back of a bench, prop them up. They didn't really have bike racks. So, maybe artist bike rack, and it would be terrific along Coast Highway where when you come into town to see, significant little art pieces along the sidewalk. I think all the paving should go back to just concrete, simple concrete. And I don't even know, and one thing we would find out in going back to the original set of drawings to look at the circulation, whether that north patio was part of the original plan. It was. Okay. And the south patio, was the south patio part of the original plan or was that added later?
Chair, we can't have.
Okay.
Anyway, if you want to
we-
invite him up to the microphone to answer the question, I'm fine.
Well, no, it's okay. We just need to evaluate that kind of thing. But stamped concrete, I agree. I don't think we want stamped concrete unless that was the original stamped concrete. The conduit's been covered. The sidewalk, well, that's part of the circulation. The original light poles there's another video I found on YouTube. It's really a period piece. I think it's called A Day's Trip to Laguna Beach, and it's 1980 or something. And it's very hippie, and it shows the poles. It shows the original light poles. And it doesn't, I don't remember seeing the bollards and I don't remember the benches, but the poles were definitely there. The outdoor shower, I mean, I like what we have. It's really beachy, maybe we need one that's, just the next size up. Maybe it's got 4 heads or something, but a little more water efficient or something. But it's appropriate for the beach. That it's stainless steel shower, no frills. I think we should remove the 2 palms that are under the canopy of the ficus trees. And Gene Felder referenced the Historic Society and the guy at the Historic Society saying that a lot of the plants didn't survive. Well, I'm not surprised because the coast, it's a very tough environment for plants, but it would still be important to go back and look and see what those plants, what the list was, and we can look and see what has survived. To get really specific about the plant species, I agree with Ruben. I don't think we should have Carissa in here. I do not think we should have the Pittosporum tenuifolium Marjorie Channon in here. That's like something you see in a model home. And the Raphiolepis, I'd prefer not to see that in here. I think trying as much as possible to have coastal natives and the succulents. Those look great out there right now. And the plants that are the Metrosideros trees that are so weathered and leaning look fantastic, and we should celebrate those big ficus and have the bigger planter areas. But I think those are the main points.
Thank you, Commissioner Dupin.
And just a comment, I definitely would like it to come back to Planning Commission. I'm not comfortable conditioning it. without us reviewing it again. This is our iconic project. This is the most important public space in this whole city. And it hasn't been touched in how long? And why on earth would we just make comments and walk away from it without looking at it again? I just think it's essential that it come back.
Well, you guys, pretty much covered all the bases for me. So I'll just make some quick comments.
Well, we need to hear whether or not you're in consensus with those comments.
Oh, well, generally, yes. Art in public places, the bike racks, I think, the example that probably isn't used a lot, maybe in the summer, but the ones in front of the Sawdust Festival, I think something that brings a little color along there would be a nice thing to do instead of just buying off the shelf bike racks. I think we can do better than that. I still think, Tom, I'd like to revisit the use of ABS instead of the white PVC along the boardwalk for the phone lines for the marine safety folks. And the reason I coming back to that is I think you could get away with a single section of ABS instead of covering it. And the only reason I would say to not cover it, and now that I'm thinking about it, is in the future, if there's some problem there, then you're going to have to remove whatever that covering is to be able to access the existing PVC that's there. So just something to maybe think about again. I agree with removing the 2 palm trees under the ficus. I think that I don't know when those were planted or why they were stuck there, but it didn't seem very logical because of the fact they're going to grow up into the canopy. Wood benches, yes. Non-painted oil only. I think we covered the wood, the light poles and fixtures. I'm going to absolutely let go of my thoughts about the patterned walkways. Obviously, we should be consistent with whatever we install there. I like the direction of the 2 new pathways that connect to the stairs going down to the beach. I think that makes sense. And I don't, if you were to put a single straight or some kind of somewhat meandering single pathway, it's, where do you lead it to? You're gonna have to remove benches to have it go straight to the boardwalk. So I don't think that's a good idea. Leveling out the grass areas and the abrupt slopes, I think, is appropriate. I agree with Susan to look at a very comprehensive look at the circulation, considering that we're adding a couple of new pathways. Are we chopping things up, or are there some that are redundant? I think it'd be important to take a little bit harder look at that. But I think those are my concepts, and I agree that I think because there's been a lot of input based on the plan from Tom and whoever you associated with to come up with this plan. I think because it is such an important feature of Laguna Beach that it would be hard for me to approve this with conditions and then just kind of let it go into the ether. I think there's some things that are really serious about this plan. I think there's been a lot of good input from the public. I'm surprised there wasn't more people here, in fact, about this. But I think, and I'm not a big fan of kicking things down the road, but I think this is one not unlike what we did with the hotel, that it's important to get it right. And I think if it's another month or month and a half or whatever delay, I think it's appropriate to take one more look at this with some of these suggested changes and really solidify a comprehensive plan for moving this forward.
Thank you. Great comments from everybody. Great input from the public. Great feedback from staff regarding a lot of these questions. It's one of these items where, you know, you're always trying to keep an open mind, but you kind of come in with some thoughts and preconceived notions about how you feel about some of these issues. And then after getting all this information, you kind of reevaluate that and rethink some of it. And that's certainly what I've done here tonight. The new walkways that are proposed based on the crosswalk relocation, I think are okay as they're being proposed with the two new angled walkways. I mean, certainly if a straighter walkway was to, you know, have such a grade differential that it would require, you know, handrails, that'd be a deal killer, or, you know, create ADA, just general slope problems with, you know, wheelchair access, stuff like that, which you have to keep in mind as well. Keeping that existing walkway from the southern cobblestone area, I think is a good idea. So I would be supportive of that. You know, the lights, that was one that, you know, I was kind of going back and forth. You know, when I was walking the site and looking, you know, the posts are, you know, they're splitting and checking a little bit, but they're still, I mean, they're just supporting a light fixture, and so they're not going anywhere. They're not going to blow over, and they're not rotting away. So keeping those existing posts probably okay. If it's able to replicate those existing light fixtures, then that would be, I think, you know, I'm supportive of that. The extension arm that comes off the pole to those light fixtures, those were pretty, you know, in bad shape in some cases. So, you know, whether or not, you know, that can really be adequately done. But if it could be done, the fact that it's not necessarily dark sky compliant, I agree with it, that a case could be made that that these are grandfathered in. You know, we live in a town that is very complaint driven, and a lot of responses come based on complaints, but I've never heard anybody complaining about the glare from the lights at Main Beach Park. So I'd be okay with that. The benches was one I really kind of rethought about as well. You know, originally my thoughts were, you know, let's go for low maintenance and durability on these, you know. And at first, when a lot of people were complaining and saying, you know, plastic, and it was being replaced with plastic, and I'm thinking, no, that's not right. They're being proposed to be replaced with wood composite. Well, they actually weren't. It is HDPE, which is you know, plastic composite and recycled plastic, but it's plastic. So, you know, and the fact that it was pointed out that the particular wood pieces for these benches are not uniform in terms of shape and thickness, that it would be difficult to replace them with new wood. So if it's possible to rehabilitate those benches, you know, then I think every effort should be made to do that, keep the original natural wood, but with future maintenance and cost in mind, so that that they're stained and somehow, you know, in such a way that they don't require constant painting and layering of paint on it. The proposal to remove certain areas of turf and replace it with some areas of planting, I'm okay with that as well. I mean, we're talking about you know, 10% of the overall amount of turf that's there. It's going to save some money in terms of irrigation costs. Well, maybe, you know, I guess maybe that's a trade-off. You know, what's the difference in irrigating new planting areas versus turf? But I think those areas that are being proposed are small. They're not part of the overall larger lawn areas, and are not conducive to people sitting on or using as a recreation area. The idea regarding the new, you know, the extent of the turf removal and the type of new turf, you know, looking at these plans in the areas of, you know, turf that's going to be there, and if we're going to be doing a 3-foot ring around these areas next to the impervious surfaces, that right there, that's a lot of the area. And the area that's up against Coast Highway, where we've got the slope that you're going to be reworking, that's probably, to get that to flatten out somewhat, that's going to probably be even a greater distance than 3 feet. So by the time you look at that, and then new irrigation lines. I don't have an issue with wholesale removal of areas of turf to get the new irrigation right and being all new and all state of the art and as water efficient as possible. I just think otherwise, it's not so much the idea of whether the areas could fill in later on and whether or not they have a patchwork appearance, just the amount of turf that would have to be removed just to cut the new lines and all the rest of it. There's not going to be that much existing turf left. So why not do it all, at once? This type of grass that's being proposed, as I said, I did an internet research and they listed pros and cons, and I learned more about this type of grass and, in a half an hour than you could imagine. It's originally from the Congo. It's apparently very popular in Australia and New Zealand, but it went on to say that it's drought tolerant, it's coastal environment tolerant, it tends to be very durable and holds up well to being walked on and even driven on. I mean, we've got areas over by the lifeguard headquarters where, when I was down there walking around the park, I don't know how many different lifeguard trucks are parking on the lawn, but it's a lot of them, and at first I was thinking about making that part of my questions and comments, but it's one of those things where it's a life safety issue. It's the lifeguards need to have quick access to their vehicles. They need to be there next to the headquarters. It doesn't seem as though it's doing a lot of damage to the even existing turf that's there. So if this new turf is more durable, great. It went on. What else did it say? It said that this type of grass is actually doesn't produce pollen the way a lot of other grass species do. So it's not as people with allergy problems don't have as many issues with this type of grass as others. It's apparently has some medicinal properties, and has blood clotting properties. So, throw that in there. So yeah.
Can you smoke it?
Anyway, but those are all the pros. The cons were that they said, and that it can tend to yellow some during the winter, that it is aggressive and it can spread, and it can what they call thatching and get kind of get dense in areas that could lead to some insect and fungus problems apparently. So it seemed to me that the pros outweighed the cons. Looking at the lawn here in the front of City Hall, it seems to be quite attractive and fine. So that I agree with the idea of keeping as much as possible to the spirit of the original plan and keeping things simple. So that would include, in these new walkway areas, not necessarily doing the additional brickwork or inlaid stuff. The other areas, to explore, whether or not there's alternatives to stamped concrete that would end up, looking better than just stamped concrete. I guess you explained away my questions about making it, more of a permeable type concrete. The conduit I just think my general comment there would be to clean it up as much as possible. I agreed with, from the original concept review, Commissioner Dubin was asking, this day and age, is that really necessary? It can't wireless do all that. I would even double check that again. I mean, to me, it just seems, I don't understand how the distance between what the lifeguard, the lifeguard tower, the historic one that's there, and the lifeguard headquarters that's a quarter mile or less down the way. They can't get wireless over there. Or are they concerned about having to have a physical line as some sort of emergency? I don't know and trying to, I think not that I thought maybe the concept, maybe I got this wrong, was not so much enclosing the conduits that run under there, but shielding them. So that could be as simple as having some of the same type wood material that the boardwalk is, Doug fir there, with just a 4x4 piece or something that ran along the front edge of the boardwalk there, where it just wouldn't be visible from the beach side. You just wouldn't see it. You know, you'd have to get up and underneath there to look at it. And if it ever had to be repaired, you could probably get up and underneath there to repair it and wouldn't have to be even pulling down that little bit of wood shielding that might conceal that. The proposed plants, you know, Commissioner White made some comments regarding specific species. I won't go there. I don't know enough about it to say which ones are appropriate, but I would say, you know, where possible, you know, I agree with the comment that the plants that have survived over the years have proved their durability and should, for the most part, be tried to be preserved in place where possible. That's, well, when I had made a comment about, since we were adding the new walkways, should those other ones be removed? I think you responded in such a way that I agree that no, you know, those don't necessarily need to be removed. The other, you know, thing I was thinking about a little bit is that, you know, the areas where the new diagonal walkways are proposed, that's kind of the main grass beach area that's being used a lot for public demonstrations and people that come down there for whatever reasons to Main Beach Park. And my original thought was you know, and I agreed with the comment that we're kind of breaking up a larger grass space into smaller pie shapes and stuff. And would that take away from that large space that's used as a gathering spot? I don't think so. I think it'll just add to the pedestrian circulation around that whole area. So I think that's really it. Other than looking through the comments from my other commissioners, you know, the bike racks, I'm in favor of adding bike racks as possible. The idea of having the bike racks possibly be part of the art and public place component, you know, it's a good idea that should be explored. You know, for all metal fixtures and stuff, you know, the corrosive marine environment has to be kept in mind, and stainless steel used where possible, and avoiding using aluminum, and keeping in mind that, you know, that the conductivity issue or the corrosive issue that can happen because of that. I guess kind of the last question and comment, and I'll wrap back to Commissioner Goldman to weigh in on this as well, is, you know, with the number of items and stuff that we're throwing out there and asking for additional consideration, is it best that we ask for this to come back? I'm, you know, first I was thinking, you know, I think we can condition this. I think we can, you know, keep moving this along. I'm leaning the other way now, and I think it's not going to be a bad thing to request to come back, you know, one more time for us to see, you know, you try your best to address these comments and concerns before it moves along and we never get a chance to see it again. It's not like we're under super time constraint here. It's not, you know, it's been the way it's been for a pretty long time. And so, you know, if it takes another month or two to come back, then I would say so be it. So,
Can I, if you're finished?
Sure. Well, I was going to ask, well, you go, and then I'm going to ask Commissioner Goldman.
I want to just articulate where I think we left it on the turf. And because I think we need to give them direction. And kind of what I heard was before we actually decide what to do, we want to work on it a little bit more by bringing in another set of eyes that have, you know, and I'm not saying Stantec doesn't have that expertise, because they may, you know, and this is their recommendation, but I think we're just asking for another opinion on that. And that analysis would be part of what you would do prior to coming back. And that, so when you come back, you can report on those findings. Would you agree with that situation?
I didn't really weigh on that idea of the third party consultant. However, you know, in my opinion, again, it was like, let's, you know, go ahead.
So it's kind of a peer review. I mean, this is important enough that it probably deserves that.
If I could have just asked for clarification. So the request would be for the third party to evaluate and look for ways to reduce the change in irrigation, or
I guess to weigh in on the options between completely removing, the entire area of turf and completely redoing the irrigation system versus somehow trying to
Surgical approach.
surgically go in and remove and replace certain lines and sprinkler heads and all the rest of it.
And that wouldn't be just theoretically, it would be applied to our park. So they would need to come, make a site visit with you, walk around, look at the equipment.
Okay, I just want to make sure I get it right. So is the goal, so when I ask this person to look at it, are they looking at it to say how they can save me money, how they can reduce water use, how they could minimize removal of sod? I guess because there's so many ways directions it could go.
It would be a cost benefit analysis of the alternatives. So if you do this, this is what the outcome is. If you do that, that's what the outcome is.
Chair, if I may, so the item again before you is a DR application. Staff has provided findings, design review criteria analysis, and one of them is not a cost analysis or a budgetary discussion on the project.
Okay, so just what makes more sense in this situation? Does it make more practical sense to remove the entire system and reinstall a new system? Or is what we have, part of what we have here, solid and doesn't need to be replaced?
Let me take another shot at it.
Yeah.
There is a pushback to the level of disruption that's going to occur, tearing out all the turf in Main Beach Park. It's going to make the park generally unusable for a significant period of time.
Although it would happen in phases.
And, is there an alternative that is not that disruptive, that doesn't remove the turf wholesale and comes in with a lighter touch that still achieves most of the goals that you're trying to achieve in water reduction?
Yeah, that's the turf, but also the irrigation itself.
Well, that's what I mean. I'm talking about irrigation. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Both.
Yeah, actually, I may weigh in because Steve, I think you said it, and Susan, you may have said the same thing, state of the art. And so it seems like the question is a surgical approach versus a more invasive approach that is going to give us a better long-term system. I don't think it's cost benefit. I think it's a directional decision.
Because my assumption is that on the current proposal, the irrigation is optimized for function in every possible way. You're relocating all the heads, you're getting all the right radiuses, and whereas the surgical is, we're probably going to compromise. We're not going to move the heads. We're going to just re-head them, re-equip them, and sort of, it's a little bit more of a incremental improvement approach. By taking that and not having the same amount of disruption, how close do we get to meeting our goals?
Right, and that falls in line with piecemealing, and so there's always a concern from staff that there is going to be compromise, and so we'll have.
But what is it?
Yeah, and so we'll need to evaluate that. We'll have some areas where it's 50 years old, other areas where it's brand new, and you hope that those old areas don't fail on it.
It's kind of like when you go to remodel a house and then you find out, you try to do a part of it and then you start finding more stuff that's wrong with it. And sometimes it's better just to tear it all down and start over, if you're going to, you want to do it right so that, a couple of years from now, you're not going, oh, the area over there is failing because, we didn't.
The planning commission back in 2024 wouldn't let us do it.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's right. I agree with that. However, if the plastic is still good, the plastic is still good. That's what we want them to say, because a huge percentage of this, we have to be realistic. There is a budget in the city council agenda report from that meeting. And what we're talking about is outside that budget. That's not our worry. We don't have to worry about that. But a high percentage of the cost is the irrigation. And that's like, so what? You're not going to see it. Yeah, it helps things function, but let's just be sure we need to spend that money, is what I would say. If we need to spend it, we need to spend it. But
And it's, it's not that hard to tie any of these comments into the design review. I mean, just this whole issue regarding the turf and the irrigation could be considered under the environmental context of the whole project. So
just one final comment about the circulation, because Tom, you questioned what area I meant could be, where paving could be removed. We have the new walk from Ocean that comes into the park. Just to the north of that is a Y-shaped path, which was more or less picking up, circulation there. You may just, we want to look, yes, at the original circulation plan, but that was the one I was referring to. If we remove that, we would have recreated a large lawn area.
about that one.
I'm talking about this one here, this one here, between the north patio, the walk between
Basically, the
north
first
patio.
one to the north of the new proposed
Yes.
paths.
Yeah, if you remove that Y-shaped walk, you would recreate a large turf area that we are breaking up with this new set of diagonal walkways.
The only
Anyway.
concern, and just off the cuff, the only concern or biggest concern I have there is that that walkway does frame that significant tree there. So that's one of those, it may still be a planter in the middle of the landscape area.
Yeah, maybe it is a planter.
And
Yeah.
and as far as the circulation, again, I just, want to make sure we stick within the scope of work that was directed by the city council. And so that was minimal changes, and that we would need to be real careful. So I wouldn't make a wholesale change or big changes. We tried to stay minimal. So if that's additional things we would need to look at, I would caution we would be reluctant to make major changes.
Right.
Yeah, I
But we are keeping a walkway that you were proposing to remove.
No.
So,
Yeah, there's a
anyhow.
trade-off.
Yeah.
Commissioner Goldman, any other final comments or?
Yeah, it seems we're going in the direction of that this comes back, and I'm supportive of that.
Okay, well, do we have consensus on that? It sounds like everybody.
I think I would agree with that.
Okay. So
Okay.
to staff, I
Is there a
believe.
motion required?
A motion is required, but prior to the motion, I would recommend that we hear from Mr. Perez with respect to timing for coming back to address the comments that have been provided. We either continue to a date certain or a date uncertain, and we can renotice the project before coming back.
My preference would be to go to a date certain, and I'll put the fire to my designer, and just to keep this path moving forward. Talking timing, we really do want to see this get constructed before next summer, meaning we need to get in there sooner than later. But I feel we can still, I'll say overall, I think we're in a point where there's not significant differences. From what I hear tonight, and if you tell me I'm wrong, I missed it. But I think we're headed in a path where I can find consensus here. And so I comfortable, David, if there's a certain date, I don't know what the calendar looks like for you guys.
So just based on the timing, I would recommend a May meeting to allow for sufficient time for your consultants to prepare the revised project. So I would recommend a continuance to the 15th, if that would work for your office.
Yeah, we'll make it work.
Great.
I would just notice that I'm, on the 15th, I'm not going to be here, where on the 1st, I will be here for what that's worth.
You can invite all the public to wherever you're going.
Istanbul.
We'll leave that to the applicant. You want to stick with the 15th?
Yeah,
Any other options? I mean, what was the next meeting after that?
Well, the first would be the meeting before, is that? It's a month.
Yeah, so we have May 1st, and for that May 1st, we have staff reports being prepared within 2 weeks.
yeah.
What about May 29th?
That's not a.
No,
date.
that's not a
No,
date.
we have June 5th following.
Or June
That's-
5th.
That's pushing it pretty far down the road.
Yeah, I would prefer the May date.
Okay,
That would be our preference.
great. All right, we'll stick with that. Would somebody like to make a motion for that continuance? Well, I will. I move that we continue this item to the May 15th, 2024 Planning Commission meeting.
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Yes.
and Chair Sadler.
Yes,
Thank you.
great. Thank you all for your time and input.
Chair staff would like to request a 5-minute recess so we can prepare for the next item.
Sure.
Thank you.
We will recess the meeting until, let's say, quarter till.
It's about there's a story about the cobblestone.
Well, I think we need some direction on that. Plaza.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, we will call the meeting back to order. And we are here for I don't have my agenda in front of me anymore. We're here for a wireless communications presentation.
Correct. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to introduce and have with us tonight Bennett Givens. He is Best and Krieger's wireless expert. He has helped me in a few of the other jurisdictions that I work for very, very expertly. And so with that, I will turn it over to Bennett.
Introduction. Hi, I'm Bennett Givens. I'm a member of the telecommunications group of Best and Krieger. Today I was asked to provide a presentation providing a general overview of city authority on the siting of wireless facilities within the city's jurisdiction. So we'll jump in. Just the next slide, please. One more. So if there's any high level slide I'd like you to take home with you, this was that slide. Generally, it describes the federal policy with regard to wireless facilities and local authority to regulate the placement of those facilities. Generally, no local decision or regulation can prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the provision of personal wireless services. Those are services provided by cell phone companies. The FCC has sole authority to regulate RF emission standards. Timely action is required to process and review applications for wireless facilities with deadlines known as shot clocks. They range from 60 to 150 days. All denials need to be in writing and provided based on substantial evidence in the record and provided to the applicant as soon as practicable after the decision has been made. There's no permissible discrimination among providers of functionally equivalent services. So wireless providers need to be treated equally as other communication providers and other utilities. Wireless applicants are able to have expedited appeals of decisions. And there are certain modifications that we'll talk about known as eligible facilities requests that the city, if they qualify, the city has no discretion and must approve as a matter of federal law. Next, please. So this is a high-level overview of the federal legal framework in wireless regulations. The main genesis is the Telecommunications Act of 1996. One of the main sections that deals with regulations of local authority is Section 332. It applies to all applications for personal wireless services. As I mentioned before, it preempts local and state regulations and decisions that prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting any entity to provide personal wireless services. In addition, the Telecommunications Act also had Section 253, which is relevant to local jurisdictions. Similarly, preempts state and local regulations and decisions that prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the ability of any entity to provide telecommunication services. It's a slightly broader term that applies to other communications beyond just certain wireless services. It also requires non-discriminatory right-of-way management and also requires cost-based pricing for application processing. The next major change was under the Middle Class Tax and Relief Act of 2012. This mainly, if you might have heard of Section 6409, or this is the genesis of eligible facilities requests. These are certain modifications that must be approved if they qualify and the city has no discretion to deny them. The other area of federal law are FCC orders, declaratory rulings and regulations that carry the force of law and generally interpret the congressional mandates. Next slide, please. 2018. I'll go through a number of FCC orders of particular import. In 2018, we got the moratorium ban. This essentially prohibits a city from trying to employ a de facto or de jure moratorium on wireless facilities. This also includes placing a cap on the number of facilities that could be deployed in the city. For instance, you could not say, the city could not set a limit of 50 cell sites in the city. That would be unpermissible under the 2018 moratorium order. Next slide, please. Part of the Telecommunications Act, Section 332, is that the city has to process and reach a final decision on wireless applications within a reasonable time. The FCC has interpreted this over time to create what is known as shot clocks, which are divided by certain application types. These range from 60 days to 150 days. The other portion of these shot clocks is that they come with a penalty. They're known with a deemed approved remedy if you do not meet the timeline. The federal government only provides, federal law only provides for a deemed approved remedy for eligible facilities requests. The state of California has stepped in and supplemented this deemed approved remedy and applied it to all other wireless application types. This was most recently expanded last year. Next slide. As I mentioned on the big take-home slide, RF emissions are and the regulations of RF emissions are the sole authority of the FCC. And Congress had directed that the FCC to prescribe and make effective rules regarding environmental effects of radio emissions. And the FCC has promulgated a number of RF emissions standards with which all emitters of RF energy need to comply with. In addition, that Section 332 of the Telecommunications Act also specifically prohibits a local government from regulating the placement, construction, or modification of any personal wireless facility on the basis of environmental effects of RF emissions, so long as the facility complies with the FCC standards. Next slide, please. These arguments come up quite a bit, particularly public comment. So I'd like to address them now regarding RF emissions and the perceived negative health impacts. So long as an applicant demonstrates that a potential facility or modification to an existing facility qualifies or satisfies the RF emission standards, direct or indirect concerns over the perceived health effects of RF emissions may not serve as substantial evidence to support a denial of an application. Similarly, where an applicant has demonstrated compliance with FCC standards, claims that a proposed facility will result in diminished property values that are tied in concerns about RF emissions cannot constitute substantial evidence to support a denial of an application. Next slide, please. This claim comes up every once in a while in public comment, but essentially there's been some recent case law where a federal court has found that hypersensitivity to RF emissions does not require accommodation under the ADA. Next slide, please. I have been working with the city for about a year plus now, and there's been a number of questions about eligible facilities requests. These are those modifications to existing facilities that the city has no discretion and must approve. A request, generally an eligible facilities request, can do one, two, or three of the following items. That it's the co-location of new transmission equipment, removal of transmission equipment, or replacement of transmission equipment. Next slide, please.
Can you go back to that one?
Sure, yeah.
I didn't have time to read the bottom.
Sorry, I'm mindful of the time, so please slow me down if you like additional time.
I
Seems
did have
like-
a question. That last statement says that you cannot deny it if it does not substantially change the physical dimensions of such as tower or base station. But what if it does substantially change the physical dimensions?
If it substantially changes pretty much every word in that last paragraph is defined term in the FCC regulations. There is a number of criteria that the FCC has established to determine what qualifies as a substantial change. If a modification constitutes a substantial change, as the FCC has defined it, it would not qualify as an eligible facilities request.
How do they define substantial change?
It is about roughly 10 to 12 factors that I unfortunately did not include in my slide deck and have not fully memorized for you, but they're generally related to the size, height increases, the amount of protrusion from the existing facility, the number of cabinets to be added, the amount of excavation distance from the existing facility, and there's different criteria for facilities within the right-of-way, different criteria for facilities on towers, and different criteria for facilities on base stations, which would include building-mounted facilities as well. Next slide, please. So there's three main FCC orders that address eligible facilities requests. So the 2012 Middle Class Tax Relief Act created the general process for eligible facilities. And it wasn't until 2015 that the FCC created the criteria that I just mentioned in their implementation order, and also set forth a number of guidance, discussions in this order, discussing how to implement and review our eligible facilities requests for compliance. In 2020, there are two orders that the FCC adopted, which had the general effect of broadening the reach of what qualifies as an eligible facilities request. In the 2020 clarifications order, one of the main items there is that it limited the type of conditions that subsequent modifications, condition of approval that subsequent modifications would need to comply with, particularly concealment elements. These are, the limitation is that unless the concealment element requirement goes towards stealth, in fact, making the facility look like something that is not a wireless facility. Unfortunately, that is close approximation of the language that the FCC used. It would not need to be satisfied or continue to be in compliance with any of that concealment element in subsequent modifications under an eligible facilities request process. In addition, the 2020 expansions order also dictated the amount, actually expanded the area of new excavations and deployments outside of the existing site that would still qualify as an eligible facilities request. If you haven't pieced it together, the general federal guidance and rulemaking is to further and ease and streamline the deployment of wireless facilities. Next slide, please. In addition, with the advent and entrance of 5G technology, the FCC adopted the 2018 small cell order. Briefly, 5G technology is a new technology that utilizes higher frequency, higher wavelength bands. They have the effect of being able to use significantly more data capacity, but their range is significantly smaller than 4G and 3G technology. So most facilities that you see in place today usually use a mix of 3, 4, and 5G technology, or mid-band, low band, and high band. The small cells, because of their low range, small cells have been predominantly deployed in the public rights of way. And they have been, their deployments have been facilitated by this 2018 small cell order. Essentially, it created a new definition for small wireless facility. It redefined effective prohibition and the legal standard to a more industry applicant friendly Standard, we have for all other wireless facility types, we have a significant gap, least intrusive means test for effective prohibition. For small wireless facilities, it's a materially inhibit standard. That standard is relatively new, and there's some new case law involving that's shaping how that it plays out. It also sets a new 60-day and 90-day shot clocks for action. It also limits fees that local jurisdictions can charge wireless carriers to deploy on city-owned infrastructure in the right-of-way. This is typically your street lights or other vertical infrastructure in the public right-of-way. That'll be limited to $270 per site per year. There's also limits on your application fees and one-time fees. These are safe harbors. So the city may charge higher fees if they are cost-based and they're supported by a cost study. There's also new standards for limiting these types of aesthetic requirements that local jurisdictions may place on smart wireless facilities, essentially making it easier for them to be deployed by the wireless industry. Next slide, please. So in terms of aesthetics, there were, as the original order was in place, there were 4 main requirements for aesthetics that they had to be reasonable, no more burdensome than those applied to other infrastructure deployments. They need to be objective, and they need to be published in advance. Our firm represented the city of Portland with a coalition of other local jurisdictions in a suit against the FCC in an attempt to strike down the small cell order. In the Ninth Circuit, we were partially successful and were able to strike down portions of the small cell order. Particularly in regards to types of aesthetic requirements that small cell facilities you can place on small cell facilities. So it removed the requirement that they're no more burdensome, and then those apply to other infrastructure deployments, and that they're no longer objective. Being planning commissioners, I know you all can understand the difficulty in setting design standards that are objective. So this actually provides a lot more freedom for establishing types of regulations. Next slide, please. In addition, the state of California has also adopted a number of regulations that address wireless facilities. We discussed earlier the deemed approved remedies for pretty much all of the shot clocks. There is one minor exception that the state remedy does not apply to any facilities placed on fire district property. There's no wireless permit can be issued for less than 10 years. You cannot require escrow deposits. You cannot require that facilities be placed on certain properties owned by particular parties. There were some jurisdictions that were attempting to raise revenue, and they mandated that wireless facilities be deployed on public property. So that state law went into effect, can no longer do that. And also state law recognizes the FCC's sole authority over RF emissions. Next slide. What is new, and this is new for this year, 2024, is the new state batch broadband permit processing bill. So batch permitting was already permissible for small wireless facilities. This new state on the federal level, this basically expands upon that on the state level to allow simultaneous processing of 2 or more broadband permit applications under a single permit. The same shot clock would apply no matter how large the batch is. So let's say you have 25 applications under a single batch, you would have to process those within the applicable shot clock, which could be short as 60 days. In order to be batched, the sites have to be substantially similar. Local agencies can impose reasonable limits. With the City of Laguna Beach's current population, you would be able to limit batch to no less than 25 project sites. So that's general overview of kind of where we are in state and federal law with regard to wireless facilities and city authority. That was my primary focus with tonight's presentation, is kind of talk through that. I was also asked to kind of provide a high-level overview of the city's wireless regulations, just so you can keep them in mind of what's the existing requirements and the permit processes. So the city's current wireless regulations are in two places. Chapter 1106 for facilities within the right-of-way. This is in your streets title. And in your zoning code, chapter 2555 for facilities outside of the public right-of-way, both on public and private property. Next slide. Starting with chapter 1106 for facilities in the public right-of-way, is my understanding that this is the section that was most recently adopted by the city. Likely, a lot of cities were updating their code in light of the 2018 small cell order. Essentially, most jurisdictions had some regulation of wireless facilities on their books in their zoning code, but nothing really addressing facilities in the right-of-way. So a number of jurisdictions, including Laguna Beach, have jumped in and created new regulations, and that's why we have chapter 1106. There's a new permit type that's created, Planning Commission Wireless Facility Permit. These apply to certain new wireless facilities, co-locations, modifications. Planning Commission would review them, and the Planning Commission's decision is appealable to the City Council. Next slide.
That was only within public rights of way.
Correct, yes. Chapter 1106 only applies to facilities in the right-of-way. There's also an administrative wireless facility permit. These are for qualifying small wireless facilities at specific locations, different zoning districts that utilize underground fiber. And for eligible facilities requests to existing facilities in the public right-of-way would get this administrative permit that would be reviewed, and final decision would be made by the planning director. Next slide.
Can I just ask a quick?
Sure.
If you go back one. You know, it says the application may be referred to the planning commission for review on a case-by-case basis. Who makes that decision? Like, could the city say all of these are going to go before planning, or?
So I've actually never dealt with that with regard to the City of Laguna Beach. My understanding of the code, having read it in preparation for today's meeting, is that it would be made by the planning director on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you.
Switching gears to facilities outside of the right-of-way. These are on any wireless facilities located on private or public property. Next slide. Generally, design review and a conditional use permit is required for just about all wireless facility types, except for certain exemptions. These are typically satellite dishes, amateur radio, and other exempt facilities. The CUP requires a public hearing before a planning commission, and the planning commission's decision is appealable to council. Next slide. There's also an administrative use permit process for facilities that qualify as an eligible facilities request that do not substantially change the physical dimensions of the existing facility. That is the only facilities that qualify as an eligible facilities request are processed under the administrative use permit. The city approves eligible facilities requests using the procedure provided in the federal regulations. This is a bit of a outdated reference in the city's code. It's actually to the original language adopted in the 2015 FCC order. Those have been moved, And there really is no procedures required by the FCC for reviewing eligible facilities requests. The only requirement is that the local jurisdiction has no discretion and must approve it, and they must do so within 60 days. There's no requirement in the federal regulations for a public hearing or public notice. In addition, conditions of approval are must be limited to those conditions reasonably related to health, safety, building, structural codes, those generally applicable codes that follows federal law. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that. The small wireless facilities, you said that it pertains in particular to 5G.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're typically the ones that are going to be deployed in the public right of way. Typically, they would be pole mounted, and I've heard multiple wireless consultants at public hearings say that their range is about 500 feet to a little less than 1,000 feet. So those small wireless facilities would go in the public right of way in certain intervals in particular areas with high congestion or high foot traffic or cell phone use.
But isn't it also true, like, like our topography is really different than a flat area. So my understanding of 5G is that because the wavelength is smaller, that it doesn't penetrate or go over hills or any of that stuff. So in Laguna Beach, you mentioned the 500-foot interval, but here I think it would be much less because you'd have to have a lot more of these small cell installations in order to get coverage, because the 5G wavelength doesn't travel over hills and through buildings like 3 and 4G does. Is that?
Yeah, I'd say that's generally correct. RF emissions can travel through certain buildings, but there is a limit, and you have to all RF engineers in wireless industry companies need to take into account topography when establishing their network, and take into account hills, and that can block signal propagation.
So, because it was my understanding, at least in the past, like we haven't seen one of these come before us in at least 3 years, that we had some discretion over placement and aesthetics. Has that been even further eroded by the FCC at this point?
Well, the city retains the ability to exercise control over new facilities. I think the biggest change is the eligible facilities process, which allows new facilities to be added to existing sites. So co-location of one, for instance, you have an AT&T site through an EFR process, eligible facilities request process, excuse me. You could add a second carrier to that same site. So say a team.
But if adding if we have a requirement for screening, for instance, and by adding the second carrier, I think slide 13, or there was a couple of slides that talked about how you can't use the RF health impact, but and that affects property values. But if by adding the second or third and facility caused a screening mechanism to affect property values, in this case by affecting people's views, does that have any standing?
So generally, where a wireless facility modification qualifies as an eligible facilities request and meets the criteria the FCC has established, all other local regulations on height limits, screening requirements would be preempted.
Getting back to the small wireless facility, I'm not sure how familiar you are with just our general situation here in Laguna Beach, but as far as I know, we have had no 5G installations. Do we have anything that would be considered a small wireless facility within the city of Laguna Beach? Have we ever approved a small wireless facility? So,
well, I'm not sure. It sounds like the planning director has the ability to do an administrative approval. without going to the planning commission.
Yeah, but my question was just whether or not we're talking about something that's potentially going to happen in the future rather than something that's happened up to this point. So at this point, we haven't had all this, everything that you've discussed about small wireless facilities is stuff that may potentially happen in the future, but it has not occurred up to this point.
Correct. I have, so since I've been doing wireless work for some time now, I have the unfortunate ability that whenever I travel, I do look everywhere I go for wireless facilities. Having spent a lot of time in Laguna Beach myself, I have actually not seen a small wireless facility. Of course, I would defer to staff and their review and records to confirm that. I do want to make one clarification. There is a distinction between 5G and small wireless facilities. 5G is a type of technology that uses specific frequencies, high frequencies. The small wireless facilities are just the most common use of those, but existing large macro sites may also utilize 5G technology in addition to 4G and 3G.
But does anything other than 5G qualify for a small wireless facility?
No. So technically, yes. The small wireless facility definition is again, another set of criteria that discusses the size of the facility, its height limits, and it has to be within a certain cubic foot limit to qualify for the expedited processing as a small wireless facility.
And
Sorry, go ahead.
in general, I mean, I'm not sure how familiar you are with the city situation up at this point, but do you have a feeling or understanding that the city has been, dealing with these wireless proposals, following the, state and federal regulations properly and have, allowed them as necessary?
So that is a very broad question. I will say, in my experience, the city has had pretty remarkable experience and expertise in handling wireless facilities that is much superior to a lot of jurisdictions that I work with. I will say, just in regards to smart wireless facilities and 5G technology, the general trend, and you can look this up afterwards, but the move into 5G and small cells has not paid the dividends that the wireless industry was hoping for with their whole rollout of 5G. And so what we're generally seeing is a movement away, when the small cell order came out in 2018, and then through 2020 and 2021, there was a big influx of applications for small wireless facilities because the wireless industry said this is the future. And it turned out that was not hasn't been as successful as they were originally planning. And so more recently, we've seen a shift back away from small wireless facilities in the public right of way into more applications for large macro facilities that are continually to be upgraded and have their facilities enhanced for better usage.
Yeah, because I think as when we, a number of us were on the planning commission when we went through the wireless ordinance a number of years ago. And at that time, there was talk about 5G and everything. And because of the city's topography and all of that, that we were, concerned that we're going to be seeing these things on every other lamp post and pole around town everywhere. And it just, to this point, doesn't seem like you said, it hasn't happened for whatever reason.
Yeah, and that's one aspect that was not included in my presentation is that wireless companies have a state franchise right under the Public Utilities Code, Section 7901, to deploy facilities in the public right-of-way without paying additional compensation to the city. So the wireless industry has a right to build and construct facilities in the right-of-way, but we're seeing a trend where they're not exercising that right.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, just quickly, we haven't seen one of these applications in a long time. And, I know that a couple that came through this almost 4 years ago, probably, what they were proposing to do. Of course, we were clearly instructed that, dealing with RF emissions is not something that we can even mention, but that we did have discretion over placement and aesthetics. So I think I already asked you this, but do we still have that ability? Like, if somebody comes along and goes, well, we're going to stick our site on this pole and it's going to stick out like this, and there's going to be this box that we got to mount to the pole, and we go, well, that's going to, cause, from an aesthetic standpoint, is problematic, and also it's going to block, Mr. Smith's view out his window. I mean, can we still impose some sort of discretionary review and potentially deny something like that based on aesthetics and placement?
Yes, that's correct. So the city's largest areas of authority for wireless siting is in regards to aesthetics and in regards to locations. The city is constrained in that you have to apply your code as it exists at the time the application's filed. So it would all depend on what sort of requirements you have on placement, requiring alternate site analysis, certain location requirements. The city, has the ability to say that, certain residential zones cannot have wireless facilities, commercial zones can, and, or this, main thoroughfare you can or cannot. So you do have authority there for new facilities. It's the mainly for modifications that qualify as eligible facilities requests. There's a lack of authority.
Because I can recall, one that came through that, we were, because of the aesthetics, we were asking them to, place their part of their equipment in a vault versus on the pole. And they were saying, well, that's, really hard to do, or it's really expensive. And we're like, well, that's not our problem. It's, I mean, that's what we want based on the aesthetics of where you're placing this. So is that something that we would still be able to do?
So at the core, any city regulation or decision is limited by Section 332 of the Telecommunications Act. You cannot prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the provision of personal wireless services. So any regulation that you could adopt has to be subject to that limitation. So generally that's, comes to, is it technically feasible? Is it reasonably targeted at treating a harm to aesthetics of a certain regulation or decision that you're making? So for instance, if the city is looking at updating its location standards and you say that facilities can be located in only one of your 15 zones, of course, I don't know what the real number is, that could be an effective prohibition of personal wireless services, because by limiting the majority of the zones in the city, that's effectively prohibiting wireless providers from providing personal wireless services.
So in other words, we couldn't say, we're only going to allow these in commercial zones. That would be.
It would be a factual determination. So if you have extensive commercial zones that are well dispersed within your jurisdiction, which I don't think is the case here, then it could potentially work. It's what the test is, the substantial, to determine whether an effective prohibition has occurred. The test is whether it's a substantial gap test. So the wireless carrier would have to prove that they have a substantial gap in service that they need to fill. They would use coverage maps and data to show that there's an area that they're targeting with this new deployment or modification. And they would also carry the burden of showing that they've taken the least intrusive means to fill that coverage gap. The city has the opportunity to rebut both of those determinations typically by hiring a consultant to demonstrate, oh, you do not have a significant gap based on your available data, or this is not the least intrusive means. These tests and the case law that has developed over the last, since 1996, has generally facilitated the deployment of wireless facilities.
So there's I mean, I know there's this small wireless facility, but the first half of your presentation wasn't about that. It was about facilities in general. And the one thing because one of the reasons I think you're here is because there's been somewhat of an outcry about some facilities that have been constructed recently that caused some significant view blockage and without coming to the Planning Commission. And so we're trying to understand this. And it sounds like if one of these situations, if this was a new facility, the community director still would have the ability to direct or not direct that to the Planning Commission.
So if this were for a new facility outside the public right of way, it would be subject to a conditional use permit, most likely design review before.
But if there was already a facility there and they were just adding additional facilities, then they would be exempt from having to come back for.
Correct. So long as they qualify under the federal criteria to be a eligible facilities request. A modification that exceeds those criteria would have to go and obtain a full.
And I guess that would be the question, because by adding these other facilities, I mean, and again, I think there was language in your presentation that said if it creates a substantial increase in size or bulk or mass or whatever, then that would trigger the need to come back. And if this particular installation, because of, and again, this is why I asked about screening. It's not the antenna itself necessarily. It's the screening that was required for it. It had the greatest visual impact. So theoretically, they didn't have to do the screening for the additional facility.
So I can't speak to any particular application
situation, right?
That's pending. But hypothetically, if a screening element would be considered likely would be considered a stealth element that must be complied with subsequent modifications. Generally, the wireless industry applicants know that it's particularly sensitive issue. And so what I've found over time is that applicants are more willing to add screening to where a site, has existing screening to carry on that condition.
Hypothetically, then, say there's an existing facility and either co-location or they're adding to it by upgrading it to include 5G or whatever, and the existing screening is now needing to be increased in a certain height or volume that actually is in conflict with our municipal codes talking about either height or the amount of screening or where it's located on a building. How do we resolve those kinds of things? Because we've got one going right now, I think.
Yeah. So a modification to an existing wireless facility qualifies as an eligible facilities request and meets the criteria. The facility is able to increase in size or height or protrusion from the existing facility within the criteria established by the FCC. If those heights, so one of the criteria is that you can go up 10% or up to 20 feet. That 20 feet is cumulative over successive eligible facilities requests. If you're going up the height limit, they're able, if the modification qualifies as an eligible facilities request, it's less than 20 feet or 10%, whichever is greater, then any existing city height limit would be preempted.
I guess the rules of the FCC were written by the telecom people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, but 10% isn't very much. And so, I mean, at some point, if a facility was added to without any kind of approval, it means that somebody made a decision that it fell within those parameters.
But it's 20 feet is a lot. And
Well, no, but it's cumulative. It's not a height limit for a single tower. You said it's cumulative between all the towers.
So to clarify that, let's say, just for ease of numbers, we have a 100-foot tower. You get under the eligible facilities request criteria, you could go up 20 feet, the greater of 10% or 20 feet. So we go with 20 feet, that's greater. The tower, even if the city had a height limit set at 100 feet, a wireless applicant could increase the height by 20 feet, excluding the height of the antennas. They actually don't count, so they can go above 20 feet. That 20 feet is cumulative. So if there's successive eligible facilities requests, modifications that come through, the tower would not be able to go higher than 120.
So if the existing tower wasn't modified at all, but there's an additional tower put next to it, it could go up 20 feet?
In that hypothetical where there's an existing tower and then a tower put next to it, that would likely not qualify as an eligible facilities request. Eligible facilities requests are generally limited to, it has to be on the existing site modification.
So a new tower should have gone through a review process.
A new tower, but
even if it was next to an existing one.
Correct. The tower is a defined term in the federal regulations. And it's generally what you would think of if you see a wireless facility off the side of the freeway. It's like a monopole lattice tower. It is a structure built for the sole purpose of holding and hosting FCC licensed equipment, which is the definition.
Yeah. So the California Coastal Act, does that come into play with any of these facilities at all?
Like other state laws and local regulations, they would be preempted by federal regulation.
Okay. Any other questions?
Do you want to go to Commissioner Golden?
Oh,
Yeah, I'd like to just ask a question. How are you actively working on some projects here in Laguna?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So it's preemptively. You're working preemptively?
I've been reached out by city staff to assist on a number of different telecommunications projects that are wireless and others.
Okay.
Yeah, let's not get towards any specific projects.
No, I don't want to do that. How does your work in Portland, that was a class action lawsuit, how does that apply to Laguna? Does it apply what are your lessons learned on that?
Essentially, our firm in our telecommunications practice is based here and in Washington, D.C. A big portion of our work involves working with local jurisdictions, drafting regulations, helping with permit processing. Another section of our practice involves federal litigation with typically the FCC in an attempt to try to reel back some of the FCC regulations on behalf and maintain local control over the siting of wireless facilities. So our firm represented the city of Portland and a coalition of a number of cities across the country in an attempt to strike down portions of the 2018 small cell order. We're currently litigating portions of the 2020 clarifications order about eligible facilities requests and a few other recent orders by the FCC. This is, an area, typically it's an administrative law and telecommunications practice. But yeah, it's, for me, it's very exciting.
Great. Commissioner Goldman, do you have any questions?
He's snoring.
Commissioner Goldman, any questions? Okay, I'll assume not. All right. Anybody else?
So we have a particular condition in town that has raised some of these questions.
We're not discussing any particular projects.
I know, I didn't say of any particular project. I just said in general, there are, you know.
You said a particular
Okay,
condition.
okay, there may be particular conditions that may arise. Is the staff contemplating having a professional evaluation of that condition or any such conditions made by a expert to see if the permits were provided within the boundaries of our approval process?
And so I'm having a hard time following. So is basically the question is there someone going back and auditing the previously issued wireless applications? in the
Well, let's
city?
say there was a couple that came up that seemed to be, there were questions about.
Yeah, so right now, I'm not aware of it. That doesn't mean it's not happening. But if it was, it probably wouldn't be the best forum to discuss that right now until that process is complete.
It's already built.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing if any members of the public wish to speak on this. I just want to make it perfectly clear that the whole point of this was to be just a general overview about the existing wireless regulations and the city's approach to it. We are not discussing any particular previous projects or any proposed projects. And hopefully you were listening to the presentation and you understand some of the limitations that we are under.
Excellent. Good evening. We heard from Bennett this evening around all the obligations that the federal government has placed on cities to approve wireless facilities, and there are many. It doesn't mean that cities cannot require applicants to provide the correct information or ensure that they live up to the safety mitigations that they commit to. When it comes to eligible facilities requests, cities have largely taken two tacks. They've worked to protect their communities, their constituents, and ensure that applications are complete and accurate, or they've quickly rubber stamped these applications and prioritized applicants over residents. Laguna Beach, unfortunately, is one of the latter, and as a result, the rules, processes, protections, and the power of this planning commission have been sidestepped and usurped. We had a very thoughtful discussion this evening about grass, water conservation, lighting, and park benches. As a result, there was an improvement in thought. Our outcomes were improved. Today, we are approving wireless facilities that have significantly larger impacts. These include allowing buildings to increase the height of their structures by as much as 10 feet, something that Bennett has confirmed. Unfortunately, all of this is happening without the benefit of public discussion and debate. I'm here tonight to ask this planning commission to take back your rightful authority and demand the following. Demand discussion around the approval of wireless facilities with city staff. Make sure that we are having legal counsel preemptively evaluate these. Ensure that they meet safety requirements and adhere to FCC guidance. Don't allow them to be rubber stamped. Demand that emissions reports are accurate and reflect the true equipment that is actually placed at the site. This isn't superseding FCC guidance. It's just making sure that applicants adhere to these standards. For those wireless sites that have been approved but don't meet minimum safety requirements or fail to maintain the safety and risk mitigations that they commit to, revoke their administrative approvals and hold them accountable. We've been well served by the work of this commission, and I thank all of your efforts. Today, we need to ensure that we continue to maintain those protections instead of working so hard to bypass them. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. I guess I'm a little bit confused by your comments. Well, first of all, thank you for the time to discuss this, but I had prepared a presentation, but it's about a specific facility. And are you saying that I can't actually discuss that at all?
You can use your time to talk about whatever you want. However, we will not be discussing it.
Oh, that's fine. I understand. I just, since this started, this Dish Wireless facility was started be installed right in front of, right in our ocean view, right in front of us. We've learned a lot. We probably spent several hundred hours, and we've actually even retained an attorney to advise us, because as Bennett has obviously pointed out, it is confusing. It's a confusing topic. It's confusing in that there's so many aspects of it, and you really need to understand it from a clear standpoint. So each of you have what I have prepared, but the first page is basically what it looks like from our house. And then the second page, which is pretty critical, and these are things that are pretty important to actually understand, and that is, this is a facilities view from the rooftop. And if you take a look at this, on the very top middle, I've circled up where the T-Mobile facility is, and I should tell you that these are micro facilities, and both Dish Network and T-Mobile are 5G. So the T-Mobile facility was upgraded to 5G last spring, and that facility is about 120 square feet. It's a couple feet higher than 36 feet. Then you have Dish Network that just went in and went live, and that is 6 feet high, right in our ocean view, 420 square feet. And on top of this roof, which is important to note, you have 9 air conditioning units, and you also have the venting and all of the equipment for a wine gallery above. So what Dish Network chose to do was to build this 420 square foot facility, and they built it around the wine gallery venting and all of the wine gallery equipment. So they didn't need to go this large. They could have gone to another section of the roof. They could have gone smaller, because as most of the facilities that have been installed in Laguna Beach are under 140 square feet. So it's unusual for this to be this large. And come to find out, for going up there, I realized that it's because they built it around all of the equipment. Well, this starts to become a problem when, let's say we had a fire and the fire department needed to go up. You've got 2 active live facilities up there, and to get to the air conditioning units, you've got to go around the Dish Network and the T-Mobile facility. So that represents a danger. Going on to the next page, you will see admissions reports. We hired a very prominent attorney who's been in telecom industry for 30 years. And you will note that he states that in more than 30 years of practice, I've never encountered a wireless facility installation that will expose untrained public members of the public to radiation levels so far in excess of what is legally permitted by federal law. And while he states that, according to our attorney, neither one of these facilities, either the modification or the new Dish Network, qualified as an eligible facilities request due to their exceeding their safety regulations. And if you take a look at the bottom portion of this, you can see Dish Network exceeds it by 4,555% above FCC regulations. T-Mobile 13,390 above. These are being pulled directly from their reports they supply to the city. On a ground level basis, those 2 facilities are about 91%. But what about the level below? What about the radio station? What about the hedge fund guys? What's happening to them? What about the residents that are writing back?
If you could try to wrap it up.
Okay. The other thing I would want to point out to you, I suppose you can look through here, is the fact that it's out of compliance. The access point is supposed to be a ladder or somehow locked so that the public can't get there. I went up there. I can tell you the ladder's sitting right there. Anybody can put it up and go up there. That is making them out of compliance. Plus, they're supposed to have 3 different signs at the access point that are very critical. One of them is a single point of contact for each carrier. So if something happens, if something needs to be turned off, the facilities need to be turned off for the air conditioning people, whatever it requires. You need to know somebody to go to. I'm telling you, I've gone through the experience in the last couple of days, 9 people, and I still haven't gotten to the one who's responsible for T-Mobile.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Morris Kandarian. My purpose in being here for this was educational, and I hope it was educational for you. and showing everybody in here and you how unprepared we are for what this is. I think Mr. Gibbons gave an expert and analysis of what's before us. And the word eligible facility keeps coming up. And if it is an eligible facility, then it preempts local authority. Well, my question is, what is an eligible facility? Who determined that the two projects that Steve Kellenberg is talking about were eligible or not? They're over the height limit. There is substantial change to the aesthetics of the buildings. I'm talking about the wine gallery and the Montage Hotel. They exceed the 36-foot height limit. The wine gallery one was approved by mistake, in my opinion. And I don't think our staff is knowledgeable enough or prepared enough to be issuing these permits. Now, if our city attorney is going to be reviewing all of them to educate us so that you can make us a valid review, whether it should be an aesthetic approval or not. Now, I'm not talking about the health issues, which is a whole nother subject I'm not familiar with. But I know that our wireless ordinance written in 1996 was based primarily on the health impacts that were concerns of the neighbors and the people who packed this city council chamber. Since 1996, this ordinance has been diluted so many times that I doubt the public even knows what's in it. By virtue of the fact that there's no one here except three of us talking against this, knows how uninformed the public is about this issue. Now, coming up to you guys in the future, we only have 2 buildings so far that have these facilities put on that have changed the aesthetics of these buildings. And any building along Glen Eyrie, any building along Coast Highway that is willing to rent their roof out to a wireless facility is going to be induced to do that, because the rents from these wireless companies are substantial, and they're probably more than the occupants, the tenant spaces below. And we won't talk about what those numbers are, but the numbers I've heard are incredible. So I think this is hopefully educating you, hopefully educating us, maybe with the help of Mr. Gibbons and in his attempt to help other cities. Maybe he can help us as well, and we can educate our staff so that whoever is permitting these projects is well informed and they're justified, because you're going to get a whole lot of public backlash. You only have one neighbor here tonight, but I think if this continues as it has been, you're going to get a big public backlash here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. And I'm not sure if the other members of the public put their names on the list over there, but thank you.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Amy Jackson, and I'm here to talk to you about 5G and the effects that are facing our community. I became aware of 5G back when it started in about 2018. I've written to City Council and formed a group, Citizens for Responsible Technology, and we were trying to inform our city about the coming effects. Both it represents a fire hazard, it represents a terrible visual, and it represents significant health issues. There are also privacy issues and other things which start to get pretty crazy. But what I would like us to do in the Planning Commission is to really set up a task force of citizens and informed people that would help us to really manage this in a way that protects the health and the beauty of our town. And it's critical. You were asking if 5G is deployed in our town, and it is. If you just drive down the Canyon Road, you'll see all those big wires, and people call them coffins, hanging from our electric posts. Those are 5G wire facilities. All of the trenching that you see going along the city and the city streets, a lot of that is putting in a yellow and an orange tubing. Those are to put in the 5G cables. 5G is in the rooftop right across from our public library, the dentist and blue office there. I guess a bank is there as well. They've changed their mansard roof, and it has at least, I think, 10 5G facilities built into the roof. I have photographs of them when they installed it. In North Laguna, as you come into town right near Vista Point, there's an old 70s building, and that entire building is, I believe it stores some art, but it also is a 5G facility. So those are only the few I know about. But I would like us to, as a city, to have a task force that really looks into this, cares about it, and protects us from the kind of extreme radiation that we're finding that is not in compliance with FCC, and also these height bulky buildings. And so I would love to be a part of helping that, and I know many other citizens would like to make sure that we comply with FCC, but also protect our citizens and protect our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Okay, I will close the public hearing, and you know, it was just as stated, it was just a presentation. So there's really no action to be taken by the commission here tonight, and I think that wraps up that issue. Thank you. Okay. Thank you all for participating. Thank you for the presentation. And again, I put away my agenda, so I'm not even sure what we move on to. I believe it's other business.
It's a committee, commissioners, and staff reports.
Are there any committee, commission, or I don't think we have any committees going. I don't think we have any commissioner staff reports. Okay, any reports? We received your update earlier today, so anything to add? Only question I had about that was there was a general update about the Hotel Laguna, but did the Hotel Laguna, were they able to submit their plans in time to keep their next scheduled planning commission date?
You know, I believe they're still working with Martina to get that application prepared to come back. That's as far as I know.
Okay.
But if you'd like, I can reach out directly to you with an update.
I guess we'll find out whether or not they show up or
Correct.
ask for a continuance.
Thank
All right.
you.
I believe it was the first meeting in April. So, because they were supposed to have their plans in within a week and a day. So I don't know whether or not that's been done. Okay. What our next regularly scheduled meeting is when?
April 3rd.
April 3rd. Okay. Would somebody like to make a motion for adjournment?
Move to adjourn the planning commission until our next regularly scheduled meeting on April 3rd, 2024.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yes, Steve.
I was here. I had a muting issue.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Yes.
and Chair Sadler.
Yes.